actions initiated as part of the UN 80 initiative and the Pact for the Future adopted by the General Assembly. We will begin this program, 3-day program, with a number of speeches, and I am highly honored to invite our host, the acting commandant of the KAIPTC, Air Commodore David Anetey Akrong, to give us the opening remarks. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, please.
Honorable Ernest Brogya Genfi, Deputy Minister for Defense, Ghana. Dr. Abdel Fattah Musa, Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, ECOWAS. His Excellency Mohamed Ibn Chambers, High Representative for Silencing the Guns, African Union. His Excellency Mr. Parfait Onanga Ayanga, Special Representative of the Secretary General to the African Union and Head of the UN Office to the African Union, United Nations. His Excellency Mr. Leonardo Santos Simao, Special Representative and Head of the United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel, UNOWAS. His Excellency Mr. Harold Ajeman, former Permanent Representative of Ghana at the UN. His Excellency Mr. El Ghazim Wan, former Special Representative of the UN Secretary General and Head of MINUSMA. Her Excellency Ms. Anetey, Special Representative of the Secretary General for Libya and Head of the United Nations Support Mission in Libya, UNSMIL. Ms. Awadabo, Director and Deputy Head, Peace Building Support Office, Department for Political and Peace Building Affairs, United Nations. Mr. Zia Chaudhry, UN Resident Coordinator. Mr. Benoît Pylyser, Director, Challenges Forum International Secretariat. Members of the KAIPTC Advisory Board, members of the Diplomatic Corps, the Chief of the Defense Staff, Lieutenant General William Ajapon, service chiefs, senior officers for the Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana Police Service, and Security Services, representatives from academia, civil society, media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Governing Board and the Executive Management Committee of the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center, I wish to warmly welcome you all to the Challenges Annual Forum 2025. This forum is a strategic and dynamic platform for constructive dialogue among leading policymakers, practitioners, and academics on key issues and developments in peace operations. Ghana and KAIPTC are pleased to host this event. This is in line with Ghana's unwavering commitment to global peace and security. As one of the leading contributors to international peace operations, Ghana has always demonstrated and enhanced its influence and agency in the maintenance of international peace and security. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to acknowledge the instrumental role of our late Defense Minister, Dr. Edward Kofi Omanibuama, in getting Ghana to pledge to host Challenges Forum 2025. He also made sure that the government of Ghana allocated some funding for the event before its untimely demise. I'll kindly crave your indulgence to rise as we observe a minute's silence in honor of his memory. Thank you very much. Let us carry his legacy with us as we continue to work to advance peace and security globally. May his soul rest in peace. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, The forum fits into the strategic objective of the KAIPTC in enhancing the capacity of ECOWAS, the AU, and their relevant structures to perform their mandates in ensuring peace and security in Africa. The KAIPTC continues to demonstrate a unique and sustained commitment to contribute to the critical efforts being made by the United Nations, the African Union, and the Economic Community of West African States at restoring and consolidating peace and security on the African continent. The vision and mission of the KAIPTC enable us to direct all our efforts and resources towards the implementation of the major global and regional security and development initiatives adopted by the UN, the AU, and ECOWAS. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, the theme for this forum, Adapt and Advance, Renewing the Impact of Peace Operations, is timely because peace operations have evolved over the years in response to the changing security environments and the present nature of conflicts and insecurity. The global peace and security landscape is undergoing a profound transformation and becoming complex and fluid, partly as a result of the activities of violent extremist groups and contemporary threats to peace and security. In Africa especially, non-state actors such as violent extremists and terrorist networks continue to exploit the weak links in state architectures and exacerbate cleavages in the context of asymmetric warfare. Invariably, they direct most attacks against civilian populations as a means of obtaining political effects. The unconventional modus operandi employed by them means that it has become extremely difficult to secure ceasefires or achieve peace agreements. As a result, peacekeepers are increasingly being called upon to intervene in theaters with no peace to keep. Conducting peace operations in this context demands unique skill sets and approaches that make for effective threat preemption and prevention. This requires a thorough understanding of the threats being encountered and the multiple and overlapping challenges relating to the socio-economic concerns, particularly in areas where the state has limited reach and where state authority and sovereignty are being contested. In doing so, we also need to reevaluate our peacekeeping doctrines and ongoing approaches and mechanisms for responding to violent extremism in Africa. The 2025 Challenges Annual Forum, CAF25, therefore contribute to the review of the future of all forms of peace operations by examining how conflict and instability are evolving, defining key political and operational prerequisites for success, and generating concrete, innovative proposals to adapt and strengthen peace operations with a particular focus on West Africa and the Sahel. Through discussions grounded in best practices and lessons learned, CAF25 aims to reposition peace operations to build resilience, prevent conflict, and promote lasting stability. Finally, and most especially, I would like to thank all our partners, especially the Challenges Forum International Secretariat, Government of Ghana, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark for supporting this event in diverse ways. We are honored by the presence of leading policymakers, practitioners, and academics from different parts of the world who have graciously agreed to participate in this forum and share their experiences despite their heavy schedules. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you once again to Accra and to the KAIPTC and wish you a fruitful deliberations in the next 2 days. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Commandant. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to continue the moderation. My name is Emma Brikrai. I work here at the Kofi Annan Peacekeeping Training Center. The next person on the agenda is the Honorable Deputy Minister of Defense, Honorable Ernest Genfi. As you would know, Ghana's role was instrumental in ensuring that the Challenges Annual Forum was held here at the KAIPTC through supporting in financial means. This was because in May this year, Ghana pledged that it will support the review of all forms of peace operations, which the UN is currently undertaking. And so we are happy to welcome the Deputy Minister of Defense, Honorable Ernest Genfi. Shall we give him a round of applause as he comes?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think that the Commandant of KAIPTC has been detailed in establishing the protocol and acknowledging our distinguished guests and speakers for this morning's event. And so I crave your indulgence to rely on the well-established protocol for the sake of time. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am highly honored to welcome you all to Accra for the Challenges Annual Forum 2025, which is under the theme Adapt and Advance, Renewing the Impact of Peace Operations. Ghana, through the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center, is proud to host this distinguished gathering of thought leaders, policymakers, academics, and practitioners who continue to shape the architecture of international peace and security. This forum convenes at a time when we are witnessing rising geopolitical tensions, worsening polarization, and a liquidity crisis that threatens the very capacity of the United Nations to sustain peace around the world. The UN's review of the future of all forms of peace operations, together with the UN-80 initiative, offers us a real opportunity to reflect, recalibrate, and reimagine peace operations for a turbulent century. The burning question before us is clear. How do we adapt and advance to ensure peace operations remain credible, effective, and relevant? Let me begin first by reflecting on Ghana's legacy in peacekeeping. Ghana has never shied away from the call to multilateral cooperation for peace anywhere in the world. From our very first peacekeeping development with the United Nations in the Congo in 1960, to our sustained contributions in Lebanon, Liberia, Cote d'Ivoire, Rwanda, South Sudan, Mali, and beyond, Ghana has stood firmly in defense of multilateralism and collective security. Our commitment is born out of conviction that peace anywhere contributes to stability everywhere. Indeed, Ghana's troop deployment in these missions and sustained involvement in mediation efforts is testament to our resolve to contribute to stability everywhere. This legacy has been shaped by sacrifice. Ghanaian peacekeepers, soldiers, police, and civilians in the current multidimensional peace operations have served with distinction, and some have paid the ultimate price with injuries, maiming, and deaths. Their service has cemented Ghana's place as one of the world's most reliable troop and police contributing countries. More importantly, it has taught us lessons that peacekeeping cannot be static, and mandate operations must adapt and that regional perspectives matter if operations are to succeed. As we gather here at KAIPTC, a center named after one of Africa's most visionary champions of peace and a winner of the coveted Nobel Peace Prize, Kofi Annan, we recommit Ghana's readiness to support the ongoing UN review process, to strengthen cooperation with regional partners, and to ensure that peace operations remain a beacon of hope in a fractured world. Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, over the next 2 days, this forum will tackle issues that go to the very heart of peace operations reform. Allow me to highlight a few thematic issues briefly. Strengthening the role of regional organizations. West Africa, the Sahel, and indeed other parts of Africa have become testing grounds for international peace operations. As UN Security Council Resolution 2719/2023 recognizes, regional organizations, particularly the African Union and ECOWAS, must be empowered not just as responders, but as shapers of peace. Yet political, financial, and operational barriers remain. Ghana strongly supports innovative financing models for AU and African-led operations and urges closer UN-AU collaborations to enhance legitimacy and impact. Integrating climate change into peace operations. Climate change, ladies and gentlemen, is no longer an environmental issue. It is a security imperative. From desertification in the Sahel and the Horn of Africa to flooding along our coast, the changing climate fuels displacement, competition over resources, and communal violence. Peace operations must therefore adapt, not only to mitigate these risks, but to strengthen resilience through climate-sensitive approaches. Ghana is committed to advancing this nexus between climate and security, both regionally and globally. The President of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, as part of his Resetting Ghana agenda, has established a new ministry which is in charge of climate change and sustainability. And this is significant in that regard. While it provides strategic direction to implement national strategies to address climate change and promote sustainable solutions, it also gives meaning to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, as well as adaptation of peace operations to mitigate climate risk. Leveraging new technologies. The digital revolution is reshaping both conflict and peace. Technologies such as unmanned vehicles, both aerial and land, artificial intelligence, and advanced data systems offer unprecedented opportunities to improve situational awareness, safeguard peacekeepers, and connect with local communities. Yet, adversaries also weaponize these same tools to spread misinformation and deepen divides. The challenge before us, therefore, is how to innovate responsibly, harnessing these technologies for peace while defending against their misuse. Ladies and gentlemen, lastly, defining the future priorities. With financial pressures mounting, peace operations must do more with less. The foresight sessions at this forum will ask, what are the core tasks that peace operations must prioritize to remain impactful? While we seek the answers to this question, we must acknowledge that lessons from previous operations provide some of the answers to this question already. What is really left is how well we action them. Lessons from peacekeeping operations demonstrate that sustainable peace demands on early prevention, inclusive governance, and local ownership. Experiences from integrated missions highlight the need for strong early warning and rapid response systems, effective civil-military coordination, and the empowerment of local institutions to sustain peace once external forces withdraw. Training and community engagement strategies developed during peace operations can inform national efforts in peace education, reconciliation, and dialogue. Likewise, incorporating youth and women into peace processes, coupled with transitional justice mechanisms, helps address grievances and rebuild trust in post-conflict societies. Peacekeeping experiences also emphasize the centrality of security sector reforms, rule of law, and development in preventing conflict reoccurrence. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, distinguished guests, a call to action. The Challenges Forum is not only about diagnosing problems, it is about generating solutions. It is about moving from reflection to renewal, from adaptation to advancement. Ghana stands ready to play its part. We are committed to supporting the UN and AU reforms that will make peace operations more agile, inclusive, and effective. Sharing lessons from our decades of peacekeeping to enrich the global review process, championing climate-sensitive and technology-smart approaches to peace building, ensuring that the voices of regional organizations and local communities are not just heard, but embedded in the design of peace operations. As our legendary Kofi Annan often emphasized, quote, "This era of global challenges leaves no choice but cooperation at the global level," unquote. That spirit of inclusive multilateralism must guide our deliberations here in Accra. Let us challenge assumptions, push boundaries, and review the impact of peace operations for the generations to come. On behalf of the government and the people of Ghana, I welcome you once again, and I look forward to the rich insights, innovative solutions, and bold commitments that will emerge from this forum. I thank you, and may our deliberations here mark a new chapter in global peace operations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We would want to announce that there are translation services, so if you need an equipment, kindly signal to the ushers, and they would give you one. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Sweden initiated the Challenges Forum in 1996 through the Folke Bernadotte Academy and the Swedish Armed Forces International Center. We will hear from all these three institutions, but before we do that, I am honored to invite Dag Hartelius, State Secretary for Political Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Sweden. He joins us on a video.
Your Excellencies, UN peace operations are central to UN action for international peace and security. Even in difficult circumstances, UN peace operations have been successful in saving lives and improving the situation on the ground. Sweden has been part of UN peace operations since they began. Since the 1960s, around 80,000 Swedes have served in missions around the world. Today, UN peace operations are at the crossroads. The UN80 process, together with the review of UN peace operations and the peace building architecture review, offer a fresh opportunity to ensure the effectiveness and relevance of these missions. First and foremost, UN peace operations must be rooted in a political strategy or process. Operations should put people first. Zero tolerance of harassment, gender-based violence, and sexual exploitation. Second, peace operations need clear and focused mandates that are also realistic in terms of what can be achieved. And third, peace operations instrument should be used in a more flexible and complementary ways. When needed, the UN should cooperate with other international actors. And finally, sufficient financing for peace operations must be ensured. We see grave problems in this area today, which is deeply concerning. Sweden pays its contributions to UN peacekeeping fully and on time, and we expect others to do the same. Thank you. I wish you a very successful conference.
Thank you very much. Now we'll listen to Colonel Richard Gray. He's here. He's the Commandant of the SWEDINT, Swedish Armed Forces. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellencies, Minister, Generals, Admirals, distinguished participants in the Challenges Annual Forum 2025. It is a great honor to be here and a privilege to be afforded the opportunity to be one of the opening speakers. And on a personal note, it is also a great pleasure to revisit KAIPTC, where I, as a young captain, was a staff instructor training the West African Standby Brigade back in 2004. Time flies. Sweden has been and continued to be a strong supporter and committed to supporting the UN in adapting its peacekeeping instrument to address evolving challenges. And as a troop contributing country, and also having offered training to other nations deploying their troops and police, we have seen peacekeeping being challenged previously over time, since the 50s, by geopolitical tensions and crises. So it's nothing new, although the current state of affairs are quite worrisome. There are 59 ongoing conflicts, down from 60 last week with the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Still, very worrying situation, and the need for UN peacekeeping and UN to manage international peace and security has never been greater. And at the same time, the challenges to do so has never been slimmer or more challenging. Already now, we've seen significant analysis and research go into adapting peacekeeping. We've seen that historically as well. HIPPO reports, Brahimi report, and we had Action for Peacekeeping. Now we're looking at the independent review on peacekeeping and the UN80 initiative. And we have seen some good things come out of it. There's been good conclusions and analysis. I'm sure you have also followed it when it comes to primacy of politics, regional strategies, predictable funding, resourced and balanced mandates, technology, digitalization, addressing misdis and malinformation. And these are very good factors to consider. It is, however, principally very important that when analyzing this, we draw the right conclusions. Downsizing, exit strategies, changing peacekeeping is not an end to itself. The ultimate goal must always be peace and international security. It is a tendency when we analyze and try to make sense of what's going on that we look at the previous conflict or previous crisis and try to find solutions. It is equally important that we look forward, identifying already now, although it is very hard and challenging to identify the concrete ways for the future. And here, Challenges Forum plays an instrumental role. It's quite encouraging that Ghana and Sweden has committed back at the Peacekeeping Ministerial to arrange and facilitate this tailor-made annual forum with this very, very current topic. And I, for one, find it inspiring and encouraging that we are all gathered here now. If we consider the high level of the participants and the know-how that's gathered here in KAIPTC in Ghana. So with that, I would like to thank Ghana and the Deputy Minister for making us all come together here. And I'm really looking forward to the deliberations and the outcome for concrete action for UN peacekeeping in the future. Excellencies, Minister, Generals, thank you very much and looking forward.
Thank you very much, sir. And we are happy to have you here at the KAIPTC once again. We will listen to another remark from an important partner. We will take remarks from Per Olsson Fridh, Director General, Folke Bernadotte Academy, and Chair of the Challenges Forum Partner Meeting. He would also deliver his remarks via video.
Of the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center. And from that exchange grew a partnership that brought KAIPTC into the Challenges Forum family. And today, we're honored to see them hosting CAF25 in Accra. A heartfelt thank you to the KAIPTC for welcoming us.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if it will be permitted, whilst we get those sorted, let's hear from Benoît Pylyser. He's the Director, Challenges Forum International Secretariat. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, please.
Excellencies, distinguished partners, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, a warm welcome to Accra and to the Challenges Annual Forum 2025. It's wonderful and inspiring to see so many familiar faces, and quite a few new ones too. We meet at a time when multilateralism is being tested as rarely before. Conflicts and tensions are multiplying, and yet the resources and political attention for peace seem to be going in the opposite direction. The UN's unnecessary and avoidable liquidity crisis is forcing austerity measures that have an immediate and detrimental effect on all field missions. There is also a shift away from stable, institutionalized arrangements toward ad hoc coalitions and short-term fixes. While such coalitions can bring agility, they also make conflict management less multilateral, more fragmented, and harder to coordinate. Despite these headwinds, peace operations remain one of the most effective tools we have for maintaining international peace and security, and most member states still share a need and interest in a strong and effective multilateral system with the United Nations at its core. To remain effective, however, we must confront today's constraints and dare to ask hard questions. For example, what are the most essential elements of peace operations that need to be consolidated, also in a constrained financial landscape? How can we promote readiness, capabilities, and partnerships in an age of austerity? And how, for example, can new technologies be used more systematically to improve the impact of peace operations? In doing so, we must keep the peace operations toolbox complete, sharp, and ready. Because sooner or later, a war will end, and peacekeepers will be our first and only option to secure a dawning peace. This year's forum is by design timely. The UN80 initiative and the review of peace operations give us a chance to renew, realign, and re-energize how the UN system delivers for peace, with the objective of becoming faster, smarter, and more integrated. Hosting CAF25 here in Ghana is no coincidence. Ghana has been for a long time a pillar of peace operations and multilateralism. From Kofi Annan's global leadership to the country's continued service in UN and regional peace missions. And of course, the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center stands as a proud symbol of this legacy. So to our Ghanaian hosts, Medase Pa, thank you for your leadership, your warmth, and for reminding us that peace, like good jollof rice, is best made together. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, as we look ahead, we do so knowing that Africa, through innovation, experience, and determination, will play a central role in renewing the global peace and security architecture. The purpose of this forum is obliging: to think, discuss, and generate concrete proposals on the future of peace operations. One that is adaptive, agile, and fit for purpose in today's complex environments. History has shown that peace operations have continually evolved in response to challenging realities. Vision, cooperation, and commitment is required to ensure that this development is in line with our preferences and priorities. So let's make the most of this time here. Let's debate, challenge, and inspire one another, because peace operations have always been an act of optimism. The belief that, however uncertain the world, we can still influence and shape it for the better, together as partners and as peacekeepers. Welcome to the CAF25.
Thank you very much, Sir Yensu Yadasipa. I understand the video is ready, so we'll now listen to Per Olsson Fridh.
Participants, dear partners, greetings from Sweden. Last year, we had an inspiring forum and a memorable meeting with the then Commandant of the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center. And from that exchange grew a partnership that brought KAIPTC into the Challenges Forum family. And today, we're honored to see them hosting CAF25 in Accra. A heartfelt thank you to the KAIPTC for welcoming us. Through training, research, and dialogue, you advance peace operations in Africa and across the globe, providing an invaluable platform for collaboration on peace and security. Dear friends, we meet at a time when peace operations face serious political and financial constraints. Rising geopolitical tensions and polarization are challenging the multilateral system, and as a consequence, undermining the effectiveness of UN peace operations. Political gridlock, operational challenges, and a worsening liquidity crisis have strained the system, while many past reform proposals remain unimplemented. Military responses are increasingly prioritized over long-term peacebuilding efforts addressing the drivers of conflict. The stakes are especially high in fragile regions such as West Africa and the Sahel, where delays carry heavy costs. Bold, practical responses from the multilateral system is urgently needed. Peace operations must evolve and action cannot wait. Above all, we need a vision for the future of UN peace operations that enables agile, whole-of-system responses to safeguard international peace and security, as instructed by member states in the Pact of the Future last year. I welcome the proposed structural changes in the peace and security pillar as part of the UN80 initiatives and solutions for better cross-pillar impact. The proposed measures will avoid duplication and consolidate efforts in the UN system, but more is needed to ensure flexible and agile responses within the UN's broad toolbox. I'm hopeful that the Peace Operations Review will present a comprehensive proposal in early 2026. As part of the ongoing external consultations and as pledged by Sweden and Ghana earlier this year's Challenges Annual Forum aims to contribute to the review with open, innovative, and constructive discussion. Hosting CAF25 in Accra underlines the importance of African perspectives and leadership in this effort. The Challenges Forum always aspires to provide a unique space where partners, the UN, and experts come together to shape the next generation of peace operations. CAF25 continues this tradition, driving concrete recommendations and reaffirming our collective commitment to peace and multilateralism. So let us make CAF25 a source of fresh ideas and practical solutions. I look forward to continuing our engagement through the Challenges Forum and beyond. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as already indicated, the Challenges Forum is a pledge that was made by Sweden and Ghana, where both countries pledged to organize the forum that will make an input into the UN review of all forms of peace operations. And this is the reason why we adopted the theme for this Challenges Forum. And so now I would like to invite Ms. Inger-Luise Heilmann, who is a Senior Policy Advisor, UN and Peacekeeping Affairs at the Federal Ministry of Defense of Germany, to give us some key outcomes from the 2025 Peacekeeping Ministerial in Berlin. Inger-Luise? Shall we give a round of applause, please?
Thank you very much, Emma. Good morning and Akwaba also from my side. Deputy Minister, Excellencies, I feel humbled and privileged to stand before you today. Thanks to the hosts for having us and organizing this important conference. As Emma just mentioned and previous speakers, it was announced by Ghana and Sweden, a very important initiative at the Berlin Ministerial in May, and this conference comes at a critical time. On a personal note, I'm also very happy to return to Ghana. It's very meaningful to me because 2 years ago, I learned many valuable aspects about a peacekeeping ministerial organization from the dedicated Mufari and MOD teams that prepared the 2023 UN Peacekeeping Ministerial in Accra. So thanks again. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Germany remains deeply committed to UN peacekeeping, its multilateralism in action and active burden sharing. Peacekeeping remains one of the most legitimate, effective, and cost-efficient tools of international crisis management. In addition to a very successful track record, UN peacekeeping has the standalone advantage of creating common standards globally. It remains the only international crisis management tool enabling truly global interoperability. Germany is one of the largest voluntary donors in support of UN peacekeeping adaptation and reform because we want to strengthen and preserve UN peacekeeping. This was a key theme at this year's Peacekeeping Ministerial in Berlin that we hosted. This German position is also underlined by taking on the chair of the Peacebuilding Commission this year and the current candidacy for a Security Council term in 27-28. We thus have high expectations for the above-mentioned peace operations review and look forward to CAF25 discussions on that matter. We believe that the Berlin Ministerial has made very substantial contributions too. If you're interested, you can find the chair summary printed out on the publication table later. However, since the Berlin Ministerial in May, the liquidity and budgetary crises of the UN have accelerated considerably. Peacekeeping faces great challenges and considerable personnel cost cuts in missions, and we need to acknowledge this difficult situation. In addition to challenges in associations with redeployments, mandate implementation will be affected too. But if there's one glimmer of hope in the situation, and I want the statement to infuse some optimism, we can build on very substantial commitments from the Berlin Ministerial and build on them to leverage innovation in peacekeeping. So let me name 3 examples from Berlin Ministerial discussions and commitments. 1, the Berlin Ministerial was a true recommitment to UN peacekeeping by all different stakeholders. The Secretary General Guterres came to Berlin and delivered speeches where more than 130 member states participate, more than 10 regional organizations, and received pledges from 74 member states, a very large number. So participants agreed there was this broad consensus to strengthen peacekeeping for responsive and adaptable missions. Participants underlined the need for reinforced peacekeeping reform, including in the field of planning. And reforms in this field could lead to better scenario planning, foresight, and situational awareness. Secondly, technology, a very important topic for CAF25 as well. Participants at the Berlin Ministerial discussed AI tools, UAS, telemedicine, and other technology, which has the potential to transform peacekeeping, making it safer and more effective, all the while improving overall mission cost efficiency. And those of you that haven't read the background paper for CAF25 yet, I can only recommend. It's very helpful in that regard. And thirdly, the same goes for operational resilience. Transitioning to renewable energy systems not only helps to reduce the UN's environmental footprint and cost, but also enhances safety and security of peacekeepers and strengthens mission effectiveness by lowering logistical dependencies. Ladies and gentlemen, much more has, of course, been discussed in Berlin under the theme of the future of peacekeeping, but I chose the topic of innovation in peacekeeping as it will allow us in this critical time to use scarce resources more effectively and efficiently. Once the dust has cleared after the recent announcements, we should continue implementing reform projects and improve our capacities for future peacekeeping preparedness in complex environments. The many valuable Berlin ministerial pledges in the realm of training and capacity building will support in that regard. To conclude, Germany would like to applaud the Global Alliance on Peace Operations, which formed in preparation of the Berlin Ministerial. The Challenges Forum is part of this distinguished group. Together with the independent study on the future of peace operations, you provided highly useful input to the Berlin Ministerial Conference. In general, partnership among member states, partnerships with regional organizations, civil society, and UN entities remain key to forge synergies, share good practices, and above all, remain prepared. In times of peacekeeping retrenchment, it's even more important to work together closely, and Germany remains your partner in this endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Inger-Luise, for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a keynote address, and this will help to frame the core themes of this forum, where it will draw on insights from the ongoing review of the future of all forms of peace operations, the UN-80 processes, and the peace-building architecture review. After the keynote, you will be called upon to make some input, share your thoughts. So there'll be about a 5 minutes or so interactive session where some burning questions will help you to identify some priorities, challenge assumptions, and enrich the dialogue over the coming 2 days and beyond. For this session, I would like to invite Ms. Anetey, who is a special representative of the Secretary General for Libya and head of the UN support mission in Libya, UNSMIL. Excellency, please.
Good morning. Honorable Deputy Minister, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be with you today in Accra. And I might also say that I'm glad to have the opportunity to welcome you to my city, because as a very proud Ghanaian who has had the opportunity to work in the United Nations system for a while now, it's never the same like when you come home. It's also a pleasure to see here colleagues and friends who have been very important contributors, not just to conversations relating to the future of peacekeeping, but have been responsible for the implementation of peace operations. And of course, because I am Ghanaian, it would be remiss of me not to talk about the important contributions of the Ghana Armed Forces in different peace operations across Africa and other parts of the world. And so I feel very honored to join you today at the Challenges Annual Forum for 2025 to present this keynote on what is a topical issue at the present time. And I hope that at the end of my presentation, it will stimulate your thinking about the questions that we should be asking ourselves on how we can reconfigure peacekeeping operations and peace operations generally to be more effective going forward. This year, as you know, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. And the issues that we are discussing this morning have been subjects under discussion within the UN as an organization, among member states, at the recently ended General Assembly for the better part of this year. And it's important that we use this opportunity to have an objective assessment of the impact of the United Nations in delivering on its core mandate relating to the prevention of conflict, peace building, protecting civilians, creating the conditions for successful humanitarian operations, strengthening state institutions, and gradually returning previously conflict-affected countries to a path of sustained peace, stability, democratic consolidation, and development. Because indeed, peace operations are a part of this continuum. After the Second World War, when the Charter of the United Nations was adopted, as we know, the idea was to leverage the collective strength of its member states to act together in the effort to maintain international peace and security. But at the heart of this, the United Nations was always meant to be a politically realistic body that could bring together member states in an effort to prevent conflict before it arose, offer dispute resolution, intervene with peace operations and with other tools where necessary, and to focus on reducing the human and material cost of conflict when it did arise. Over the last 80 years, United Nations peace operations have served not only as an essential tool of multilateral action for peace, but have also enabled essential and effective responses to environments where peace and security challenges are at the forefront of people's daily lives. Following the Summit of the Future that was held on the 22nd of September 2024, the General Assembly adopted the Pact for the Future and its annexes, which, among other things, requested the United Nations Secretary General to undertake a review on the future of all forms of United Nations peace operations and provide strategic and action-oriented recommendations for the consideration of member states on how the United Nations toolbox can be adapted to meet evolving needs, to allow for more agile, tailored responses to existing, emerging, and future challenges. And indeed, we can see that the future challenges are piling on us in perhaps one would say very alarming ways. I would argue that the UN over the decades of its existence has made important contributions, but in an overall changing global context and a much more contested multilateral environment, and in the face of more complex threat situations, the question we have to ask ourselves is, how should the UN engage to make a difference? How should its peace operations be structured and financed such that the essential capacities and resources that the organization needs to deploy to do this effectively are still maintained? How should mandates be crafted, partnerships effectively leveraged, and where necessary, mechanisms created to facilitate the achievement of the intended outcomes? My colleagues, the United Nations Under-Secretary Generals for Political and Peacebuilding Affairs and the United Nations Under-Secretary General for Peace Operations, in their recent briefs to the Security Council, noted, among other things, that the internal reviews being conducted and ongoing discussions point to a much more complex geopolitical environment that the United Nations operates in compared to its previous decades of existence. The complexity is defined by the increasing influence of non-state actors, the impact of global and regional actors, the growing use of new technologies and artificial intelligence in combat, and severe challenges to international human rights and humanitarian law. Here in Africa, in the various conflict contexts, we see the increase of influence and participation of non-state actors. And we see that the member states of the UN are not necessarily always united, even in support of peace missions and peace operations that have been deployed to address these contexts. Peacekeeping missions and other field presences, including special political missions, remain an essential tool to create the necessary minimum level of stability to allow peace consolidation to take place. Without that, populations at risk would not be able to remain in their communities, and we would not be creating the environment for weakened state institutions to undertake critical follow-on tasks to rebuild after extensive periods of conflict. This is where the coordination between peace operations and other models of United Nations field operations, the work of special political missions and country teams is paramount. Peace operations and SPMs, such as the one I currently lead, are at the forefront of implementing these security interventions. Our operations need to be empowered through well-crafted mandates, focusing on core deliverables. And I don't want us to go away from this forum believing that this mantra of we should do more with less is actually practical and sustainable. If we do not have the resources to do what we need to do, we will not be able to achieve the intended outcomes. And I think it's important to emphasize that. It would also be important to note that the Secretary General's launch of the UN80 initiative, which is considered a blueprint to ensure the United Nations remains effective, relevant, and capable of delivering for the people we serve, centers on 3 priorities because we know that the organization needs to change. These are enhancing operational efficiency, assessing how mandates or key tasks from member states are implemented, exploring structural reform across the United Nations system, and the initiative is expected to yield meaningful reductions in the overall budget, especially at a time when financial constraints are affecting the United Nations as an organization. So we are not living in a bubble. We recognize that there is the need to change, but we should not be asked to do the impossible. We know that the financing of the UN's peace operations is a significant issue for member states large and small, in accordance with the capacity to pay principle, which is maintained in the scale of assessments of the regular and peacekeeping budgets. It's needed now more than ever to avoid the temptation of wide scope mandates that require the deployment of significant capacities and the deployment of supporting structures and enablers to deliver on these extended mandates. The surge of peacekeeping operations in the 1990s and early 2000s was member state driven through introducing the concept of integrated and multidimensional peacekeeping operations. Even though at this point, international crises have not subsided, and the obligation of the Security Council in maintaining international peace and security remains as relevant as ever. And while we note the importance of streamlining, we can see that financial fatigue has set in. But that's the more reason why we need to have more focused mandates, taking on the most critical peace-building tasks, maintaining agile structures to achieve key sets of prioritized goals, aimed at consolidating inclusive peace, supporting institutions, and promoting effective democratic governance. When these have been substantially achieved, we can then move on to the next phase of important but not existentially immediate tasks. Other significant issues that I would like you to consider when looking at the burning questions for peace operations reform and development include the effect of foreign interference in the political conflict contexts, which lead to vested interests that often run contrary to the implementation of missions mandates. If we are talking about the reform of peace operations, let's call a spade a spade. Without zeroing in on any particular mission, I can tell you that sometimes I have found in my engagements with member states representatives who have particular interests in country locations that their interventions have been, let's say, slightly unhelpful. And it is important that when we are talking about ensuring that peace operations achieve their desired outcomes, we should all be pushing for the same things. Similar challenges are seen with national actors, but that comes with the territory, but also de facto authorities, which increasingly we have to deal with more and more, who are not recognized as state actors, but are influential actors, even if they are not constructive ones, and they complicate the peacemaking process. The underestimation by member states of the time and sustained commitment required by the United Nations in all of its capacities to assist the country they are operating in to regain stability, as well as support key development initiatives focused on state building, is something that I think has characterized the way we have viewed the deployment of peacekeeping operations. And it's important that we look at a more holistic response because there are not always quick fix solutions, especially where institutional structures were already weak and where the UN is in the process of really helping to reset in a context where the weaknesses in institutional capacity were very often some of the drivers of the conflicts that arose. I would like you also to note the growing gap between those in power and the population, in many instances reflecting the fault lines that are conflict drivers. In some of its operating contexts, UN missions can find themselves in situations where the population it serves would like it to stay and undertake particular peace-building, peacekeeping activities because of its inbuilt capacities and resources, filling the gaps created by the lack of government response, while the government either wants the United Nations to leave or just to fulfill its functions in particular areas where there are performance gaps or failures that they are unwilling or unable to address. Within the context of conflict prevention, the response times and sometimes the lack of urgency in addressing early warning signs of conflict to prevent it from spreading are challenges that we face. And the slow reaction time or insufficient response of the international community to intervene is perhaps one of the factors that has accounted for some of the situations in which we find ourselves today. And I would like to also, as has previously been the case, draw attention to the challenges posed by new communications technologies and the weaponized use of social media, fueling misinformation and disinformation, which significantly affect the political and security narrative in the operating environment and contribute to the increase in stability and the safety of populations, and also pose a risk to peacekeeping operations. And perhaps I'd just like to briefly elaborate on some of these points in further detail with reference to the West African Sahel context to illustrate the challenges we have faced. The security situation across the Sahel has deteriorated dramatically, with violence spilling over from Mali and Burkina Faso now into coastal states like Benin and Togo. The threats are no longer simply armed opposition. They are a complex nexus of violent extremist organization, groups like Jamaat Nasr al-Islam wal Muslimin Jinim, and the Islamic State in the Greater Sahara, which operate as asymmetric threats, using improvised explosive devices, ambushes, and even drones in their operations, rendering traditional peacekeeping force protection models insufficient. Transnational organized crime. These groups exploit porous borders, engaging in trafficking of drugs, weapons, and people, which fuels their operations and further destabilizes fragile state institutions. And in the case of human trafficking, I'm referring to the Sahel region. The outlet for many of these operations is in the country in which I'm based right now, in Libya. And you see the flows of migrants attempting to cross the Mediterranean to get into Italy and Greece and the other Mediterranean countries in search of greener pastures. And intercommunal conflicts, where violent extremist organizations have strategically exploited pre-existing ethnic and resource-based tensions, further complicating the operational environment and making civilian protection a continuous, albeit localized challenge. In fact, for the last almost year now that I've been in Libya, one of the things that has struck me is that the speed of regional integration among these groups is very much faster than the speed of regional integration among member states. And we have to make an extra effort to catch up if we are going to be able to sufficiently address the challenges that we see. And reflecting on lessons from MINUSMA and MONUSCO regarding the deployment of new communications technologies, we saw the erosion of trust created by misinformation and disinformation. Instances where communications technologies were weaponized against both peacekeeping and special political missions. And I can confirm that we deal with similar challenges in UNSMIL. The communication deficit is not just a technological challenge. Increasingly, UN missions are facing increasingly sophisticated and organized campaigns of disinformation, misinformation, which could be sponsored either by external actors or domestic spoilers that seek to undermine the credibility and legitimacy of the UN, and consequently, the ability of missions to achieve their mandates. These false allegations that impact the legitimacy of UN operations, such as peacekeepers trafficking in weapons, committing acts of sexual exploitation and abuse, exploiting existing natural resources, feed off genuine public frustration at the lack of significant progress in peace-building efforts, and in some contexts have preceded and fueled violent protests against UN facilities and personnel, notwithstanding the fact that these accusations and allegations are for the most part baseless. Honorable Deputy Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, given the situation that I've just outlined, and in order to create peace operations that are truly fit for purpose, as has been noted, we need a smarter toolbox to deal with such international crises. And the following capacities, I would suggest, should be enhanced. Missions have to enhance their strategic communication capacity, moving from simple public information to robust strategic communication and counter-disinformation capabilities, and place a greater focus on community engagement and correcting misinformation and disinformation in real time. We need to leverage technologies like AI and social media analytics to proactively map and respond to harmful narratives before they trigger or metastasize into violence. It's important in a contested multilateral environment and a Security Council that has deep divisions among its members to focus on finding common ground among states to provide clear, realistic mandates that can be politically supported and that are also adequately resourced in order for missions to be equipped to succeed. We have to be driven by clear political strategies that are the drivers of our actions, with uniformed and civilian components serving as supporting tools to achieve well-defined strategic objectives. We can't afford the Christmas tree mandates. So if we're going to be more focused on our core business, then we need to make sure that at least that core is sufficiently supported. And the Secretary General's UN80 initiative aims to explore structural reform and the enhancement of operational efficiencies. So we hope that in the context of this discussion, we can think about how we do this differently. We should see the review of peace operations as an opportunity for innovation and adaptation, to reshape the UN toolbox into something more agile and fit for purpose. Missions should be tailored to address specific contexts with something of a modular toolbox that allows for the rapid deployment of specialized assets and capacities that can be scaled up or downwards as the situation demands, with a view to transitioning from a large peacekeeping operation, perhaps to a smaller, focused special political mission, and eventually hand over responsibilities to a UN country team. Finally, I would like to emphasize that United Nations peace operations are important instruments for multilateral responses, and I'm very encouraged to hear that that was the reflection at the Berlin Ministerial. The instruments extend our commitment to ensure peace through diplomacy and political influence, utilizing the peace-building architecture that assists us in our peace and security work. The protection of civilians must remain a central pillar of all United Nations peace operations efforts, not only in principle, but in actionable commitments that underpins the impact of our presence. Lessons from various operations across the African continent and the rest of the world demonstrate that while threats to the protection of civilians have become more complex and asymmetric, the UN has been able to leverage its position, strengthen regional cooperation as a powerful tool and enabler of effective protection of civilian responses and building effective peace agreements. But having had the opportunity to head the UN Office to the African Union and work at the forefront of building this partnership with the African Union, I think it's also important, as we talk about partnerships, to realize that when we want to engage in prevention, and when we can see that a crisis or an accident is about to happen, it's not the time to be at our most politically correct. We respect state sovereignty. We also respect the fact that member states have the responsibility to deal with their own crisis. But at the same time, when we can see that these then will have a steamroller effect and spread to other contexts as well, it's the time to be frank and direct. And maybe some of these issues could have been avoided. When we talk about the context of Mali, and I remember when the Inter-Malian agreement was negotiated, at that time I was foreign minister, there were very clear implementation benchmarks that were expected to be met in order to address what were the root causes of that conflict. And we know that the Inter-Malian agreement was not properly implemented. And are we surprised that we have the situation that we have today? And at the time, were we more concerned about protecting the sensibilities of our colleagues in our member state, or were we also focused on trying to make sure that we were supporting an effort to build a sustainable peace. So as I conclude my intervention, I'd like to emphasize the need to commit to this review process with urgency, political realism, innovative thinking, a commitment to sharpening and adapting the best instruments in our toolbox to ensure that all forms of UN peace operations remain valuable, adaptable, and relevant interventions that support and enhance peace-building efforts to create the more peaceful and prosperous world that I'm sure that we all seek. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam. Before we come to the end of this session, we will open the floor for an interaction. If you have any discussion, if you have any comment to make based on what Honorable Anetey delivered, you have the opportunity to do so. We have a 5-minute period for this. So kindly, let me see by hand. If you have a discussion, a point to make, a question. Sure, I see a hand here. Can we give him the microphone?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Chatri Dawson. I used to work for the UN in the human rights field. What I find fascinating in view of the ongoing UN process, the UN80 process, is how it seems to an observer from outside who has been part of the system, a bit of a sort of a double track system, because I mean, there's cuts going on in DPKO at the same time that we're talking about reforming DPKO. And from all that I have seen, and I've followed it quite closely, I don't see the interconnectivity between the discussion going on and the cuts going on. So it seems to me that there's a bit of a reactiveness institutionally from the UN. And whilst you're discussing rebuilding or remodeling the house and breaking parts of the house, it becomes a difficult sort of argument, sort of process to do, properly. So it would be interesting for us to look at as well, as part of this very real challenge of liquidity and the fact that it's resulting in cuts to the system, whether or not that particular angle isn't clouding the sort of reform processes. And what we want to avoid, in my view, is to have a situation where the cuts don't quite marry with the reforms that would come up at the end of December, the end of January, because we're already 2 months in until the reports come out. And some of the cuts from what I see would go in, let's say, in April. So it would be good for us to look at the sort of the realism part as well as the operational, sort of aspirational part of the UN reform process. But another issue which is of concern to me is that even if the UN got every single dollar that it basically wanted, it isn't going to change the basic issue with the UN, which is what is the real value add? What is its value in the marketplace? And that is a question which in all of the, and I've reviewed all of the documents that have come out from the work streams, you don't quite see that there's that discussion. And my sense is that maybe we're looking at it from this very strong UN sort of tendency to look and talk amongst ourselves. So maybe I would suggest, having been outside and I'm in and I'm now out looking at it, I would think that we need to be more clearer on what is the real market value of the UN and what is the value add of the UN, because that is what informs some of the disengagement from UN processes. And I think, not contributing money is bad, but sort of passive-aggressive disengagement, which is what's happening now to international multilateralism, is a much more dangerous and much more difficult issue to address going forward for multilateralism. So it would be interesting for us to look at some of these discussions and move beyond the financial constraints that the organization has. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, we have another hand, and then there's one at the back.
Thank you. Annika Hansen from the Center for International Peace Operations in Berlin. I was struck by something that you said, Madam Tete, on the interference, foreign interference, and how that undercuts the mandates. This all falls into sort of the broader category also of hybrid threats that peace operations are increasingly exposed to, including disinformation and so on. But particularly on the foreign interference, I wonder where you see the sort of the onus of responding and addressing this, where that lies, because I think a lot of it is left to missions, and missions at their mission level might not sort of be really the ones to have the sort of the influence to impact it. So just wondering, as we go forward and this becomes an increasing issue for peace operations, where does the responsibility lie to sort of take action? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure we'll have the opportunity to delve deeper into these issues in the course of the 2 days. We have another hand up at the back. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Edmund. I work with the KAIPTC. Against the backdrop of disinformation, as stated by Her Excellency, I want to ask, with Africa, one being the youngest continent in terms of age, and the young people being arguably the greatest consumers of modern technology, what intentional and comprehensive measures are the various missions of the UN in their various areas of operation taking to work with young people to positively address these issues of disinformation? How are they also working with the young people to make sure that the gains that are accumulated through the peace support operations are sustained when they eventually leave and hand over to the country missions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have time for one more. Right, thank you. If there are no more comments or questions, I would want to thank you for being part of this first part of this session. We will take a short break. We will all file out to the forecourt of the KAIPTC for a group photo and for coffee. And then in 20 minutes, you wanted to respond? Okay. It's okay to respond. We wanted to initiate the discussion, so we look forward to the interaction subsequent. But you can respond to some of them, please. You can do that from your seat, madam.
Okay. Thank you very much. So when you say, what is the value add of the UN? What is the value of the UN in the markets? I think that where we see situations where the UN has been compelled to withdraw because it does not have the resources. Why? But I don't need this. Can you please not?
Sorry, because there is interpretation in French, they would need to hear from that microphone. Okay, if you can just hold it and not put it on your head.
So I need to work with both. Only one. All right. So when you ask what is the value of the UN in the markets, I think that we should look at the situation of what happens when the UN is not there. We had the drawdown of UNAMID, and there was the argument that the drawdown of UNAMID was hasty because there had not yet been effective political consolidation of the process of democratic renewal in Sudan. And look at what we have today. If there had been the willingness to maybe extend UNAMID for about a year longer, would we have seen the Rapid Support Forces and the SAF go at each other in the way in which they did and impact Darfur and the neighboring states in the way in which populations there have been affected so badly? And I think that in every context where you say, well, what does the UN do? I think you can flip the question and say, when the UN is not there, what happens? When the UN pulls out, what takes place? Where we don't have an effective multilateral response, what is the replacement for that? And if we're content to see, if you like, a multiplication of those kind of crises, then it doesn't really matter. But if we think that the situation could lend itself to even further international destabilization, then we should be looking at it and saying, can we do this in a better way? Looking at the legitimate criticisms, but at the same time, not throwing away the baby with the bathwater. In the instances of political interference, and it happens usually in the context where there are resources in which countries have interests, and therefore the focus is more on continued access to those resources than actually supporting a peace process. And without mentioning particular country context, I'm sure that you could think of a couple off your head where that is happening right now. The onus is not just on the UN mission. As the mission, we have a responsibility to do our best to engage those member states, to engage member states that have leverage over those member states, but it doesn't take away the responsibility of the Security Council. Even in a divided multilateral context, as I referred to in my remarks. And when it comes to working with young people to address issues relating to misinformation and disinformation, that's the reason why I said it's an important part of restructuring UN operations, because we do have public information capacities, but quite frankly, they are not at the level that is required to be able to effectively engage in a way that addresses this particular challenge. And we need to design, and I know that there are many missions that have been doing this. We need to design programs for interacting, especially with the youth, but with different segments of society, and frequent interaction with communities in order to be able to address these issues of misinformation and disinformation, and make them know that it is when we communicate that they are able to get what are the real facts. And so they should pay attention to the things that we say. But we need to build trust in order to be able to have what we say accepted as factual. And so it's all part of the environment in which we are operating today. It's difficult. Even in a more peaceful setting, where you're talking about democratic contestation and you're dealing with misinformation and disinformation, it's a huge challenge. In Ghana, we are always discussing things in the public domain. And so my Ghanaian colleagues will bear me out that this is something we do on an ongoing basis because we have to. But in a peacekeeping setting, it becomes even more critical. And so I would say that it is not that we don't know how to do it, and it is not that we haven't developed programs for it. But in order for that to be more effective, we need to scale up, because those rogue actors who are actively planning these misinformation and disinformation campaigns are running faster than at the moment we can catch up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. It's time to take a break. We will all file out to the forecourt of the KAIPTC for a group photo, stretch our legs, and then come back here to continue with the session. Very respectfully request we all rise. So the dignitaries will file out and we follow them to the forecourt. After the photos, the dignitaries will take a pledge and commit. Yeah. So we may follow them, please. Thank you.
Those dance gently flowing, whispered secrets in the night, two hearts finding pure delight in the corner of a
So I'll hand over to her to introduce the members of her panel. Thank you.
So this is a mic, okay. Thank you.
Sure.
So welcome to this session. As has just been mentioned, the title of the session is Amplifying Strengths, Synergies Across the Full Range of Peace Operations. And as one of the earlier speakers said, I'm going to have all protocols observed, because I think if I try and name everybody, I'm going to miss someone, and that would not be good. So all protocols observed. And we're going to follow after some really good speakers who have brought in some of the ideas that I know we would like to have discussed over these 2 days. Including the keynote address by SRSG Anetey. And I think one of the key messages is really that peace operations has to adapt for the times. And we heard about the idea of sharpening the peacekeeping toolbox, the impact of technology, looking at clear mandates, partnerships. I think all of these ideas are going to keep coming up. In this session, we're going to look at the full spectrum of peace operations, peacekeeping missions, political missions, regional operations, peace building, mediation, and how it can adapt to and respond more effectively to the challenges that we see today, the peace and security challenges that we see. We're also going to be looking at the strengths and synergies in UN regional and sub-regional organizations, examining complementarities, and how they can reinforce each other. And finally, we hope to look at some potential innovations and approaches which could inform the review. So I believe we're going to start with a video from your Undersecretary General for Peace Operations, Jean-Pierre Lacroix, who unfortunately could not be with us here. Sorry, can you hear me? Okay. So we will start with the video, I think. Do I need to give a particular? Okay, great. Something's happening. Yeah.
Excellencies, esteemed participants of the Challenges Annual Forum, I would like to express my deep appreciation to Ghana for their pledge at the recent Peacekeeping Ministerial meeting in Berlin to host this year's annual forum and, together with the Challenges Forum, to dedicate it to the review of the future of peace operation. I regret that I'm unable to join you. I don't need to persuade you of the value of UN peace operations. Over the past 8 decades, they effectively preserved ceasefires, protected civilians, prevented conflicts from spiraling out of control, and contributed to the conditions for lasting peace. As the Challenges Forum aptly put it, UN peace operations can constitute the difference between fragile peace and continued war. But peace operations are currently facing significant challenges. The environment in which we operate has grown more complex, more polarized, and our resources are more constrained. Peacekeeping has always shifted and changed according to the needs of the time. Now, too, we must demand and drive continued innovation while continuing to strengthen the effectiveness and cost-effectiveness of UN peacekeeping. The Peace Operations Review is a unique opportunity to take stock and assess how we can proactively adapt. Whatever peacekeeping does to adapt and improve will also require the collective commitment and support of UN member states. To kickstart your conversations, I would like to highlight 2 specific challenges that we must collectively address. The first challenge is political. To enable peacekeeping missions to do their utmost to help build peace and protect civilians, they need the strong, unified political support of the Security Council. They also require the consent of all host states. The second challenge is financial. Given the current financial situation, the Secretary General recently instructed peacekeeping missions to implement contingency plans to reduce their expenditure by 15%. In practice, this means repatriating about 25% of peacekeepers. This is the most severe cost reduction exercise in the history of UN peacekeeping. In addition to the contingency planning, the Secretariat is also taking forward the Secretary General's UNAT initiative, through which we are seeking greater efficiencies, reviewing the implementation of mandate, and exploring program realignment. The current situation is reflective of the broader context within which we will likely continue to operate, one with fewer resources. For peacekeeping, the onus is on us to assess if and how we can perform similar functions to what we do now, but with fewer resources. Questions that would be useful for you to probe include how we can better leverage technology and work with partners to fulfill mandated tasks. For much of what we do, though we may only be able to do less with less, partnerships are and will remain central to how we operate. We must continue to deepen investment in partnerships with regional organizations, particularly with the African Union. Security Council Resolution 2719 marked a historic milestone by opening the door to assess funding for African Union-led peace support operations. Together, we continue strengthening institutional and operational readiness, including through implementation of the joint roadmap for its operationalization. Excellencies, the challenges ahead are significant, but so is our collective capacity to overcome them if we remain united in purpose, pragmatic in action, and unwavering in our commitment to peace. We must continue to adapt in creative ways, and I hope that this spirit can guide the forum's discussions. Thank you.
So I think some of the themes that we've been hearing about have come up again, and we'll now turn to this excellent panel that I have here with, I think, the right mix of experience to talk about how to try to adapt peace operations in creative ways across this broad spectrum that we're going to look at. We were going to have, I think, one more panelist who hasn't been able to come, the Deputy Minister of Defense of Liberia, but I think we will be able to cover the three areas that three themes that we're going to be looking at. And perhaps first I can turn to you, Commissioner Abdel Fattah Musa, as the Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security in ECOWAS. I think one of the key areas we want to look at is leveraging complementarity in peace operations partnerships. And in looking at this area, would you, I want to ask you if, in the context of the changes that we see in the world today, with the pressures we've seen on multilateralism, evolving security landscapes, changes in unconstitutional changes in government, increases in defense spending, particularly in many European countries. How can the UN, the AU, sub-regional organizations like yours, like ECOWAS, how can they work together to safeguard the legitimacy, the coherence, the effectiveness of peace operations, while at the same time ensuring that African-led responses are supported and anchored in shared values? That's a very long question, but I think the gist of it is really how to leverage regional and sub-regional organizations looking at this idea of a more flexible model of peace operations.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Shamala. Nice to meet you again. First of all, the gratitude of ECOWAS to KAIPTC. It is one of our model centers of excellence. And, since our relationship began, KAIPTC has done a lot in terms of capacity building for peace support operations in the region. And I would like to acknowledge that. Your question is very loaded. And I just want to see how best to unpack it. First, I think we need to look at the context today, right? Because we have a situation, in the region where, from the analysis of many agencies and others, including the Savannah Center and others, in Africa alone today, we have more than 1,000 non-state armed groups, more than 1,000 and counting, operating in Africa as we speak. And that symptomizes the context in which we are operating today. That is a situation where there is no peace to keep. Right. We have the landscape being marked by, terrorism. And what has happened over the past, few years, particularly talking from the standpoint of West Africa, military incursions into politics, and you mentioned that earlier on, which is also part of our reality in West Africa. One of the main reasons that, have been cited for disrupting the democratic process in the region is the cascading insecurity. Cascading insecurity has been one of the key reasons for the military incursions into politics. But since 2022, up until now, insecurity is rather getting worse. Mm-hmm. So that is the environment in which we are. Where today, after the withdrawal of MINUSMA from Mali, Jenin, and then the forces from Azawad, who were all, within the framework of the Algiers Accord, have recently announced they are coming together to fight the central government, that's the military regime. And instead of the north and then the center, like Mopti and others, today, the borders towards Senegal and Mauritania are being threatened by these combined forces, which means Mali is maybe totally now surrounded. The whole perimeter is under terrorist rule. So that is one. And we also see in the region the fragilization of democracy, democratic, processes. If you look across, you just see that even undermining democracy, trying to, the judiciary, right, against dissent, closing down democratic spaces, and instrumentalizing the military in a number of countries. They are on the increase in the region, and there are governments in the region who are threatening ECOWAS through blackmail. If you push it on your democratic convergence, democratic convergence principle, we will join the AES. All right, so this is the environment. So how do we engage in that today? The whole peace operations continue, begin from prevention all the way to peace building and sustaining peace, right? But in the context of Africa today, where terrorism defines the asymmetric conflict environment, it is very, very difficult to start from anywhere by counter-terrorism efforts. And that is that brings me, to the key point of the question that you raised. How do we deal with that, with the counter-terrorism? We've got examples, and I can vouch that the most successful arrangements between sub-regional organizations, the African Union, and the United Nations, the most successful example that I can cite are where there have been a sequential approach to peace enforcement, into the peace operations, continuum. I can mention Liberia, I can mention Cote d'Ivoire, I can mention Sierra Leone. And if you look at AMISOM in Somalia, it is very similar from the African Union. And today, despite the difficulties, it is a qualified success, which means the regional organizations have the clearer understanding of the context in our regions. They can put boots on the ground. Okay, and the insecurity affects them more directly than others. These are the, factors that make it, just logical that these forces will intervene in order to safeguard the security of the region. In the 1990s, the whole region in West Africa was being threatened. In fact, destabilization was moving on, and if it had not been stopped, the whole of West Africa would have been engulfed. And today, West Africa finds itself at another turning point, similar to that time, that we had that situation. So it calls for collective efforts. Number two, coalition of the willing. Even though we are talking about regional forces, whether you are talking about the example of ECOMOG, the example of AMISOM or anything, it has always been a coalition of the willing acting under the umbrella of the regional organization. Okay, it happened in Liberia and Sierra Leone and others. In AMISOM, it was the same, under the AU umbrella, but it was a coalition. And we need to repeat that today. That is the situation we find ourselves in the region. How do we, then build the synergies between the region, the continent, and then the African Union? Is the most important thing today. I think if I'm citing ECOWAS has already taken the first step. ECOWAS has agreed at the ministerial level to activate a counter-terrorism force of 1,650 personnel brigade to fight terrorism. This is to be funded by the community levy of the region itself. And this decision is supposed to be approved by the authority maybe at the next summit. And if that happens, this force is supposed to be up and running from its standby position to its active involvement towards the end of 2026, 2027, right? So AU with the continental, mandate, and also knowing that terrorism is all over the place. It happened in Cabo Delgado, where Rwanda, SADC, and others had to intervene. In Somalia, with AMISOM, West Africa today, the continental role is to be played by the African Union and the UN, which are that global mandate and unlimited, resources. I won't say unlimited, but resources that are by far, in comparison with the regions and the continent have, in terms of capacity, in terms of resource mobilization and others, will have to play that global role and that facilitating role. So maybe later on we can come back to it. So this is the chain. And for that to happen, the three organizations, I think what is lacking is a proper coordination mechanism between them. And we believe that Resolution 2719 offers a unique opportunity, to try to deepen that conversation in terms of the relationship between the three.
Thank you. And I might open up the conversation, but just to pick up a couple of things. I mean, it's very interesting what you've said, looking at past examples and the sequential approach. And what you're referring to there, if I understand correctly, is that you've had the regional organization go in, after which the UN has taken over. But what we're looking at here is a way where you could coordinate having a sub-regional, the AU and the UN working together. And I mean, one of the things we have seen, and you've mentioned Resolution 2719, and I think, right now in New York, in the Security Council, they are looking at ways of, the Somalia example has not gone very far yet, but they haven't given up. And I think one of the ideas is, can they now look at West Africa and the Sahel, and how would it apply? And that may be something we can come back to. And I want to, maybe I should have introduced my other panelists perhaps earlier. I'm sorry about that. But we have, two panelists here who bring diverse experience from within the UN who will be, part of this discussion. And right at the end there, we have Awadabo, sorry, who is the Director and Deputy Head of the Peacebuilding Support Office in DPPA, and Fatima Ziai, who is the Director of the Office of the Director of Coordination and Shared Services. And I would like to see if you would like to jump in on this particular part of the conversation. I know I have some specific questions for you, but if you have anything you'd like to add, we can sort of do this maybe a bit more informally. You're having fun.
Have you pressed? Can you hear me now? No? Did you press it? I am pressing it. I pressed it. This is a red button, no?
It is.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes, that's good.
I'm gonna mess my hair, but okay. No, thank you very much, Shamina, and thank you, Abdel Fattah. Actually, I was actually quite ready for my specific question, but in fact, it's very connected, I think, to some of the points that Abdel Fattah you've mentioned, because I know you, Shamina, going to ask about some of the tools and how how I guess we can reorganize in light of the new reality. Abdel Fattah sort of shaping out, the role of the UN, the regional entities, as well as the African Union, of course, very, very true. I think it's a no-brainer. The United Nations is very well aware of this, that we cannot do anything without working with the regional entities, and we try to do as much as we can. Maybe we can do it better. But I would also like to say that, if you look at the changing realities that we are dealing with, I mean, peace building is very different from what it used to be even 3 or 4 years ago, not to mention 25 years ago when some of us started doing peace building. And I almost wish we could go into a discussion, because a lot of the points I'm going to say have already been said. We are all very well aware of what the challenges are and how peace building or building peace is so different, because the challenges are so much more complex. You mentioned, violent extremism, terrorism, but also, of course, there's the whole issue around AI, technology, and how this is impacting, the most remote village, and yet hosted far, far away in many different countries. And this really brings a different component to it. But that's in that sense speaks to Abdel Fattah's point, which is to say that yes, yes, AU, yes, the UN, but I would also like to say the ecosystem has changed. Those who have a role in building peace has changed, and we, certainly in the United Nations, we know that, and we struggle with that. And of course, we know we work with civil society, that is a given, but there are others as well who have a direct impact on building peace, and we are continuing to even know where they are, and how to work with them, not least private sector. And I think this is, when you talk about the tools and we talk about the mechanisms, I think we need to have a broad, It's speaking to each other, okay. We need to have a much more broader discussion when we look at what are the resources. I know you're going to talk about we're doing less with less. I know we are going through the UN reform process. It's a very painful one, but I want to argue that it's more than the UN. We are UN is very UN-centric, or tends to be. But when we talk about peace building, we need to be sure that everybody who contributes or who has a stake is seated at the table. In that sense, maybe it is not less with less. Maybe we need to really reach out and see who we are speaking to, how we are speaking to them, indeed in the spirit of a much more coherent response for peace building. We can have the discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Shamala. Maybe just very briefly, I feel very loud. Because I'll address this a little bit in a moment, but just to say that when we look at other actors and how we're going to do this in the future, given the context that we're well aware of and that our previous speakers and also current ones have alluded to, we have to also be aware that some of the financial constraints are affecting kind of across the board everybody. So while we are clearly, looking at ourselves and very impacted, and the world is looking to the UN, we know that across the system, our humanitarian development partners are affected. We know that NGOs, civil society, everybody in turn is affected. So all the more important to have this conversation. And I'll touch a little bit when I speak on the financial constraints, but I think just bearing that reality check in mind. Thank you. I think, yeah, okay, it's working. So I think, we've touched on things that move into the next area that we're going to look at. I want to maybe come back to a couple of points. The idea of political coherence and support for peace operations is something that we were going to look at as one of the themes. And I think maybe you've touched on it a little bit with the idea of sort of being able to work with this broader spectrum of people, but also how do you anchor that work in a way that's inclusive, that the political solutions are inclusive? And one of the things we've seen is that peace operations would need to align with the regional political frameworks from the start. So the design of it, for me, watching, the Security Council, the idea of the clearer mandates keeps coming up. And one of the things in the future would be, if we're looking at these different partnerships, how do the mandates have to change? What do you need to do from the start so that those things are clear in implementation on the ground? And it gets very complicated when you're not just working with the UN, but with these regional organizations. And I think you've started to explore that with what you said earlier about having, say, if you're looking at ECOWAS, and it's interesting that they will put together this counterterrorism force, and then how you would work with the UN and how the AU, and then how the UN would come in. Perhaps you could tell us a little bit more about how you see that and how it would actually work.
Values and principles, and then the priorities. That is the challenge that we have. If you look at the democratic space, so to speak, which is fundamentally also that all UN system is promoting human rights and, all that, rule of law, protection of civilians that we've talked about, and then all that. It is very difficult to implement them where insecurity, for example, in region is at its most acute, which means we need to devise some minimum values for now and incrementally. My argument, is that, today, it is not possible, to carry out, particularly when it comes to where asymmetric conflict environment reigns, to talk about real peace building, development, and others without first fundamentally degrading terrorism, in the region. So that is a priority that the, region has defined for itself, that we need to do this. But between, even within the region, there are, differences and the cross-border nature of the threat in such a way that if you do not devise minimum, what are the standards among all of it, it's going to be very difficult to have collaboration, even at the regional level. So that is why, despite differences between the Alliance of Sahelian States and ECOWAS, ECOWAS has always left the door open for collaboration on the security front. And it is very heartening that the last meeting of the ECOWAS Centers of Excellence, our Center of Excellence in Bamako, actually participated here in, Accra. So that is the first point. But in terms of the arrangement that that we are talking about, it is very obvious that today, the large-scale peacekeeping that we used to know are a thing of the past. And we have to do some kind of smart peacekeeping with regional forces, together with the support of the African Union at the continental level, and with the US support, in terms of facilitators and enablers, in terms of ensuring that pre-deployment missions. So UN missions have to be quite nimble and very service-oriented, in terms of building capacity in the range, helping to inject human rights due diligence in whatever the missions are doing, and also mobilizing resources. That's what I'm talking about, 2719 being very important. There are already mechanisms. For example, at the West Africa level, ECOWAS and the UN Office for West Africa and Sahel maintain very regular meetings through the desk-to-desk. Recently, the ECOWAS and the African Union, the ECOWAS Mediation and Security Council, have been meeting with the AU Peace and Security Council at that operational level, to see how we can, coordinate our actions. And there is also an ongoing desk-to-desk between the UN and the African Union, which is the, the continental body, and also between the United Nations Security Council and the AUPSC. So already we have those mechanisms there. How do you operationalize them so that they don't become just meetings, and that actions, decisions taken there find traction on the ground? And I think this is the missing link, and this is where we have to work on.
Can you hear me? Yes. No, I think those are very valid points, and what you're saying is absolutely true. That on the technical level, these you have the cooperation, and if you look at 2719, there was a lot of work done there. I think perhaps the political will is now needed on some of this to make it happen. But I think this also moves us, to the idea of that we were going to talk about in our third sort of area about how you navigate this new flexible spectrum. And I think one thing that's come up, and we heard this from SRSJ Anetey earlier, the idea of the peacekeeping toolbox. Is this, and you've just said it, is it a more modular approach that we're looking at, that the large peacekeeping missions thing of the past, maybe they will come back, but what are the tools that would be needed in this more flexible toolbox? But we also heard from USD Lacroix this idea of less with less, and we're hearing a lot about sort of, how would you work with that? And I think we have agreed that you cannot do more with less. This is clear that isn't what you should be asked to do. Should it be doing differently with less is what some are also saying. But what does this really mean, and how can you use the toolbox differently in a more sort of flexible way to adapt to the challenges? What are the key resources that you could leverage? So I'm going to give both of you sort of these questions. And if you'd like, maybe if you want to start, Fatima, and then we'll have our.
Thank you. And maybe I will just start with that financial side, because I think we can't underestimate the importance of the context that we're in. We heard from the USG, obviously we have the political challenges, the polarization. These are all some of our biggest challenges, but against the backdrop of these kind of unprecedented financial pressures on the UN system, and this is not just for peacekeeping, but for SBMs and for the wider UN system. So I think we have to place our discussion firmly within this context, as you said, and just to stress that there are two separate but now related issues, and one is the liquidity crisis, which is a long-standing problem, had been kind of dealt with for a while by the UN, but has worsened. And as of July, we have over $2 billion in arrears in peacekeeping, which is hardest hit, but also across the Secretariat. And the reason, as was mentioned before, member states failing to pay their assessed contributions and failing to pay on time, failing to pay in full and failing to pay on time. So as we heard, the Secretary General asked the peacekeeping missions that are on the peacekeeping budget to plan for kind of worst case and other scenarios. And what was implemented last week was this 15% reduction in expenditures. And this is across uniformed, civilian, and operations, and will be carried out over the next 9 months. But for the uniformed personnel, this is really significant because it will happen. There's a 25% reduction, as the USG mentioned, in personnel and equipment, which will happen in the next few months. And so this is obviously will change peacekeeping in a dramatic way, and will also be a huge logistical exercise, just as as missions are grappling with the critical problems and challenges on the political front. This huge logistical exercise will have to be carried out. And as the Secretary General aptly called it, it's painful. And then at the same time, the second part is the anticipated reduction in the UN budgets, which prompted the Secretary General to launch the UN 80 reform. And that has, the key goal there was to target efficiencies and cost reductions that our headquarters and operations could look to. And the proposals are for the regular budget for 2026 and for the peacekeeping budget for 2025 and 2026. But again, very significant cuts proposed, 15%, 500 million. And this, of course, includes SPMs and headquarters for the peacekeeping operations. We haven't gotten there yet because the contingency planning that they're implementing is really for the liquidity crisis. We're not yet at the budget part of dealing with this issue. But for the 19% of posts in on average in SPMs and at headquarters, 19% of the regular budget, or about 13% of the peacekeeping support account. So when we look at the future of our operations, we really have to be very clear-eyed about this and make sure that we really understand it is not business as usual, and we have to really look at what are the priority areas that we must preserve and what are the things that we need to change. And then this whole mantra of less with less, which is much better than the mantra we used to have, which was always more with less. But now we're being very frank about this. But we know from the past that we can mount very tailored and diverse operations in response to crisis. And the conversation that we're having, about the large mandates, that this is not possible anymore in this climate, we have to also recall how this came about, because there was a time when we realized we're not achieving our goals by not having those multidimensional mandates with all the different aspects which get at the root causes, which help us build institutions, which help us open up the democratic space. But now, even in the process of consultations for the future of peace operations, that perhaps prompted in large part by financial reality, And it's not the first time that member states are saying this, but they're very clearly saying smaller mandates, more targeted, more focused. And so we know we've done this in the past. We've had large SPMs, but we have had small envoy offices. We've had complex multidimensional peacekeeping operations, but also missions that just monitor ceasefires. And we've had these kind of sui generis operations like the Transitional Authority in East Timor. So as long as the political will is there, as long as the Security Council has the political will to put whatever kind of mandates out there are most appropriate and in light of these realities, and as long as we have host state consent, we can draw on a wide range of capacities and other actors to achieve the security, political, human rights, and peace building goals across the spectrum. And of course, we've worked with partners for a very long period of time. We've had sequence deployments with regionally led missions, for example, AU ECOWAS. We've had coordinated action between IGAD and UNMISS in South Sudan, parallel deployments in Mali, and so on with the G5 Sahel. So I think just a key point maybe to end this on is what the SG said in his report on UN 80, which is this intention to move forward with these networked multidimensional peace operations to look at innovative ways to better deliver on our civilian mandates, at least by having whoever is best placed to deliver be responsible for implementation. This may not lead to cost savings because the amount of work that needs to be done might be the same, and the peace operations may still need to cover a lot of those functions. So we would need to recognize, again, as I said before, that resources are constrained across the board everywhere. This means we really need to prioritize and see which areas our peace operations are likely to have the most impact in and focus on those. And sometimes, maybe just to end on this point, what we have done very well is we've been able to exercise flexibility, which again is challenging when our budgets are not flexible and our resources are constrained, but to have temporary increases in resources, for example, in the run-up to elections, if we think that there are going to be political tensions and insecurity, where we can scale up in some areas, we can deploy electoral experts, or we can have temporary increases in military and police to respond to a particular threat or crisis, or where we temporarily deploy existing troops to electoral hotspots where we just reprioritize within our mission resources. But of course, the financial constraints, as I mentioned, don't make that any easier. No, I'll stop there. Thank you.
You've highlighted some important points, and the idea of priority areas has come up a few times. I think one of the things that, and I would think that, in the Secretariat, you're thinking about how to define these areas. I know that from the Security Council's perspective, that can be difficult for council members to sort of, because everyone will fight over what they think is an area. So there has to be some way to agree on that to start with. But it does feel like that's needed in order to be able to have this leaner, sort of more flexible type of peace operations that I think we're heading to. Maybe if you'd like to jump in now.
Yeah, just to answer, maybe to pick on some of the points. Yes, I think we must prioritize. I mean, we have no choice. We have to, and if actually prioritization may not be such a bad thing. I think we are forced to. That's the first. On the financial part, I'm glad Fridh is speaking on that because that's not really necessarily my thing, but it's an important one, and it's far be from me to sort of diminish the financial part of it. But I really wanted to bring it more and a much more strategic point for discussion, and which is to say that, financial side notwithstanding, speaking to Abdel Fattah, your point about, is it maybe we need to do things differently? I strongly believe that we need to do things differently. I strongly feel that it is never, I mean, again, not to diminish the financial aspects, because I think it's important, but I do think that as far as peace building or building peace, for those of us who've worked in this area for so long, I think one cannot argue that there has been tremendous amount of resources
financial resources, human resources poured into this area of work, into this region as well. So I think, as far as what needs to be done, I think it's financial. Yes, we are going through a financial constraint, but I think there certainly is space for more strategic discussions around the tools, around priorities, around partnerships, and around just commonality on how we can collectively address this. And I think, Abdel Fattah, you mentioned this. And when we speak about that, we don't only speak about the UN, we speak about the many different partners as well, who, like I said earlier, certainly have a role to play. And having thought about that, then we go to your point about the tools, what tools exist, what resources exist. And like I said earlier, many tools certainly exist, and the idea is about how do we pull it together. Speaking for peace building, the USG mentioned the Peace Building Architecture Review. For those of you who don't know, I work for the UN's Peace Building Support Office, which falls within the Department for Political and Peace Building Affairs. And that is only one element, one very thin element of the peace building architecture. The peace building architecture, one could argue in its strictest form is my work, as well as the Peace Building Commission, which is the political accompaniment for peace building, and the Peace Building Fund. But in its more broad sense, it is really about what we all do, because it is based on the remit that peace building is everybody's job, not only mine or the USG's or yours, it's really everybody's. And so when we talk about building peace in any given country, in any given context, it is really important to have a very strong understanding of what the issues are, who needs to be at the table, and how are we discussing with who needs to be at the table. And it's not always the case. And what we are seeing as a consequence, I would argue, is that whilst we have invested so much in peace building, we know that many of these crises are deeply entrenched. We know that they're entrenched, and we see, unfortunately, resurgence of crises in many of these countries that we thought, oh, we've done well and we've moved on. That's a problem. And we can name a few. I wouldn't necessarily go into that. But also we see the challenges around transitions. And that speaks very much to peace operations, but certainly speaks to us on peace building, because transitions is not only post-peace operations. For me, as a developmental person myself, when I speak about peace building and peace operations, I'm seeing it in the totality, from prevention to sustainable development. And we can have a discussion about what that potentially means. I also want to say that, again, when we talk about peace building, we talk about, for those who've worked on peace operations for so long, somebody mentioned, crisis, long resolved crisis, but we see that in some of these contexts that we engage in, even when things seem okay, many times the vulnerabilities still persist. Many of these countries are still very, very fragile, without a doubt. And so how do we ensure we use the tools that is available to us, not only peace operations, not only peace building, but importantly, development? Because I would also argue that a lot of the vulnerabilities continue to be very much embedded in a lack of development, a lack of access to development gains, for example. And colleagues have already mentioned the youth issue. West Africa particularly is problematic, but I would argue certainly more than West Africa. And I would then finally say this is definitely, I would think, it's a time for rethinking. We need to rethink. It's almost a going back to the drawing board. Again, going to your point, Abdel Fattah, I really do think that we have invested a lot, absolutely, but without, we cannot deny the reality, which is the world has changed, the challenges have changed, and this is a time for us to rethink and to see how we can do things differently. And then maybe just one last point on tools, because yes, everybody has tools, so it's an idea, it's a time to bring together the diverse sets of tools that we do have. I made a very specific reference to the peace building architecture because, of course, I fit within that system. But I want to put to you that the UN does have the instruments and the tools to do things differently. It's more than just the resources. The resources is one, but we need to know how to better use the tools. We need to know how to use the funds that we have, the different types of funds that we have, to bring them in a way that's coherent, that speaks to each other, that builds to each other more for long-term development. We need to know how to use the political accompaniment and the Peace Building Commission, understanding that many of these crises cannot be resolved through projects and through discussions within the UN itself. It's really often it's a political imperative, and ensuring that the political accompaniment to these discussions are well integrated. And then, of course, we have lots of, and then, of course, partners, not only the regional partners, the IFIs, the banks. These are entities with whom we work, and we need to learn how to work with them better to make sure that we are really bringing to the discussions element that is important to them and speaks to more long-term and sustainable peace building. Thanks.
Tiff? No, I think it's really important, the idea that we have the tools, in the system, that you do not have to reinvent them, that they are there, but perhaps you need to think about how to use them differently. And I will also say that there is a very important review of the peace building architecture that's ongoing, and we'll see at the end of the year that should be done. And I think that sort of works well with the idea of a review for peace operations that, that's happening, that will be done by early next year. And the idea that I think there's agreement that, the prioritization is needed. It's not a bad thing. And that this idea of rethinking because of the changes. Do you have something you want to add to this particular part?
I think when it comes to preventive diplomacy, much is not made public. So people do not know. And I can assure you that in the last 2-3 years, a number of countries in West Africa could have descended into violence. But through preventive diplomacy, that has, happened. And with the experience that I've had also from the UN side, another thing, when it comes to preventive diplomacy at the local level, the UN has almost always deferred to the regional bodies. They'll ask you, what is the regional body thinking? And then that is where the need for alignment comes in. So I think what is key in terms of the conflict management is what should be the basis for the division of labor based on comparative advantage of the sub-regional, the continental, and the global body, which is the United Nations. And what I am talking in the context of what is happening today, today, in terms of the primacy, not only the primacy of politics, but the primacy of degrading terrorism, to create space for larger peace building and sustaining peace. That is the most critical, thing that I see today. And from the experience, even the UN peacekeeping missions, when it comes to boots on the ground, all peacekeeping missions in Africa have been almost 80%, manned, or is it woman, or, by troops from, African states. That is it. So you have to look at what is lacking. It's the capabilities, it is the enablers, it is the global, what is it, the global role that the UN can play, and also to look at the, fact that until we radically change the UN Charter, it is not possible, to be very effective in the context of asymmetric warfare, in terms of intervention. That is a fundamental reality that we all have to agree to. What happens in places like Somalia and other places is that the regional troops, they perform the whole spectrum of peace operations, maybe with that peace building and others, counter-insurgency, peace enforcement, peacekeeping, and some aspects of peace building, all very flexible peace operations. But today, if you want to deploy a counter-terrorism force, the role that the UN will play will be that of an enabler and a facilitator. That is what, I want to, sort of stress as we speak today, because even the member states, those that are capable of providing troops from outside the continent, will not even agree to deploy their troops in, places where there is no peace to keep. So this is the basis upon which the comparative advantage comes in terms of what can regional forces do, what can the continental body, the AU, do in terms of its reach, and then the UN with its multiple tools and instruments, and then also that the global mandate that the UN have. How do we build that multi-structured collaboration so that we deal with the existential threat that we are facing today on the continent. And this is what I am trying to refer to. You look across the continent, and almost everywhere, whether you are talking about Eastern DRC, whether you are talking about Sudan, you are talking about Somalia, you are talking about West Africa, the environment is said that you need both counterinsurgency, you need peace enforcement, and not just peacekeeping, and then things like that. And then, of course, the UN protection of civilians, human rights due diligence, and others. So the thing is, based on those very clear capabilities or capacities of the partners, okay, how do we share the burden? In it. And I think that is the, key element here. And 2719, to conclude on this particular point, it said that the UN Security Council has bound the regional economic communities to the African Union. In that, for example, ECOWAS, IGAD, SADC cannot access any resources directly from the UN access contribution, unless through the African Union. So that alone binds the two together. And then at the upper end, before even an approval can be given, there must be a joint assessment and reporting mechanism between the UN Security Council and the African Union Peace and Security Council. So within even those UN resolutions, there are already the contours of coordination mechanisms. The thing is, how do we practically, implement them? And it requires political will, and it requires that the principle of local ownership is very important, continental and others, and that whatever we are doing is based on what each of the parties can bring to the table within a framework of collective responsibility. That this is our framework, this is your role, this is the coordination mechanism, and then things like that. So our, the peace building, support office, become very critical, and the country, teams that we have within the UN system in terms of once the situation has been stabilized enough in order to bring basic services back to the community in terms of local peace building, and others, there is a role. And this is where the UN is at its best. So we need to recognize those characteristics of the organization and build something based on mutual trust and then based on local ownership. Thank you.
And I mean, it does sound like being able to use the strengths of the different bodies is the comparative advantages is something that we need. And thank you for bringing in the conflict prevention part, because we hadn't really touched on that, which is also important when you look at the spectrum. I think we have a few more minutes before we've been given a little bit of extra time because we started late. I will maybe open it up if there are any burning questions. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, we'll come back to the burning question. No, of course.
Professor Musa's points are really important because he made a direct reference to the peace-building architecture. And I just wanted to say that, yes, well, first on your point about the situation has to be secure, et cetera, for the UN comes. That's true. But I also wanted to just put a plug in to say, well, even in cases where, well, first we see peace building as something that should be, that speaks irrespective of the context, meaning we should always try to have a peace building lens, irrespective of where, which context we are, even in crisis, and I've worked in crisis. And we have examples, for example, in Sudan, even today in Sudan, we have PBF projects that are ongoing, not by the UN, but by local civil society organizations who are still there, who never left the country, who where they have the space, are able to implement little projects. And the idea being, where you have the space to do something on peace building, even in a conflict, do it so that we can have something to build on when we get there. I also wanted to just say that, I agree completely with you, and opportunities certainly are here. I mean, we do have the peace-building architecture review. The review speaks on a lot of points, but very specifically speaks on the relationship between peace-building and peace operations. It also talks about strengthening the relationship between the Peace-Building Commission with the Security Council, for example, allowing member states. And because the Peace-Building Commission has a broad convening role in bringing other actors, it really allows these other actors to be able to provide advice on mission setups, where there's discussions around missions, where there's a review of missions. There is the increased opportunity to do that. And there are many also other thematic issues that the Peace-Building Architecture Review is thinking. And so I think the opportunities are there. I think the UN80, yes, it's a painful one. It's a tremendous opportunity for us to hopefully learn, to look things, see things, do things better, do things differently, consolidate. And there is already talk about consolidating some of the expertise that exists within the UN to respond to the very many challenges you talk. And of course, we talk a lot about the review of all forms of peace operations, which is also obviously another opportunity for us to do things better with our regional partners.
Very briefly, I do agree that, from adversity comes opportunity, and we have no choice, and we're going to do that. I'm trying to be as optimistic as Awa and also the Fatal, but I do think there's a fundamental shift right now that we really have to grapple with, because at least for peacekeeping, I mean, the way it's been done, it's been extremely costly. And if you know the cost of uniformed personnel and their equipment and their movements and all of that, you understand why it's not, that just is part of the equation. So, as I think SRSG Anetey said, sometimes we don't know what we're accomplishing until we're not there. And that is the fear, I think, that many of us have. It's all fine and good to say this is expensive, let's not have it. We can do other things, we can rethink, but there is going to be a harsh reality that's going to hit us. And even if you take out the uniform side, we already see, for example, in our mission in Abyei, because of funding, significant funding challenges on the parts of our UN agencies, they've significantly limited their presence and their programs and their engagement. So there is the effect of all of that. At the same time, we cannot let this financial situation overshadow everything else. And our point is to look forward and see what can we do. And I think the Peace Building Fund is just one example of the value of, yes, those may be small projects, but they have value. And those kinds of things, we need to think more about. But I think it basically brings us back to the primacy of politics. Abdel Fattah was mentioning this too. When we can't, the rest of it we can't control. Maybe we can engage differently with our different stakeholders, even in this extremely polarized and difficult climate, to focus on the political strategies, to focus on how we engage with, with the council, with the host countries, with others who have influence over these areas where we have conflicts. And maybe our energy can also be put into that area, which doesn't cost money, but can reap, enormous benefits. Thank you.
That you've brought up. And I think maybe we have 5 minutes where I can go to the audience, and then I might come back to see if you want to pick up anything that's said, if there are any questions. I don't see. They've covered it so well, they have no questions. Like, or you're all hungry and need to have lunch. That's also possible. All right, if there are no questions, do you have any last words you want to say? Maybe just concluding like very quickly, or you've said everything you need to say.
He is the AU Special Envoy on silencing the guns. And we look at the world today, rearmament is going on at full speed globally. And that has to be taken into account. Earlier on, Her Excellency Anetey and others raised the issues of today's environment. We're just talking about terrorism, but we are also talking about autonomous weapon systems that today characterize our region. In the Sahel and other places, non-state armed groups are deploying drones, unmanned aerial vehicles today. IEDs are part of it, and then, all that. So disinformation, misinformation is one side of the coin. But, today's advanced technology makes intervention even more complicated. And that is why we need a global consensus, and that terrorism is not in the interest of anybody. And secondly, I believe that there is enough goodwill, enough historical relationships between the regional economic communities, the African Union, and the United Nations to form a basis. We are all facing serious challenges. Fatima has just mentioned the whole issue of the cash, situation, cash flow situation within the UN system, and, others. But with the political will, I think the challenge we have is not like thinking new methods. In fact, the framework exist. What I believe is that we have not implemented even a quarter of them. We have not. And it is very important that we put them into practice. And what has prevented the implementation of this framework, operationalizing them, is the age-old distrust that exists between parties. We need to break that down. There should be mutual trust, among the entities involved, and there should be goodwill, about it. And that, terrorism knows no boundaries, no frontiers. And like our also was saying, I feel that it is very important also to recognize that even under the circumstances of either counterinsurgency or anything like that, conflict prevention can still take place. Because conflict prevention, in effect, is either to prevent, violence occurring, or preventing it from escalating, and all that. So at all stages, it is there. It is what do we emphasize at a particular point. And the point of view of ECOWAS today, for example, is that if we do not come to terms and then respond effectively to terrorism, then we are in trouble. I don't believe, that these terrorist groups can actually reach the coastal states. If you look at the picture, the more or less capable states in the region have been able to keep terrorists at bay. So national capacities are as critical as regional, continental, and then others. Cote d'Ivoire, is, fronting two terrorism-infested states, but it has so far held its own. Ghana, the northern part of Ghana, is virtually, a no-go area for terrorist groups. For how long, we do not know. And even Nigeria itself is very important to know that it has been able to degrade all the Boko Haram affiliates that are there. The thing is that we need to scale this up. And we talked about environment and others which will come on now. Have we asked ourselves why the Sahel has become the epicenter of terrorism? Have we asked ourselves why Lake Chad Basin, is being described as the epicenter of terrorism in that area? If you look at them, it is the Sahel, which is fast becoming a desert, and then you have Lake Chad, whose water mass, has dwindled to about 10% or less, and destroying the local ecosystem. So if you look at Boko Haram and its affiliates operating, it is around Lake Chad, area. And then in the Sahel, it is the same thing. If you look at where these terrorists are operating, environment becomes another critical element. So maybe in the subsequent panels, these things will be taken. But what I want to, stress finally is that there is enough goodwill between, among the sub-regional continental organizations. We need to implement those principles of subsidiarity based on comparative advantages that we all have. And then, I think that we'll be able to deal, with the current threat facing us. And 2719 is a breakthrough. It's a breakthrough, because for years, and I think we saw USG Lacroix talking about it for years, the Secretary General, have been also advocating for it, and the African members of the Security Council, A3, have it, and we have it now. So the thing is, how do we, everybody is talking about 2719, and it was adopted when? 23 December. Okay, it is virtually, it will be 2 years now. Nobody has seen its practical implementation. And we need to, so implementation is the key, and we need that kind of unity and that kind of mutual trust to be able to move forward. Thank you.
Ghana had a very instrumental role in the implementation of the adoption of 2719, and let's hope that the A3 was able to do that then, and we'll see what happens now. Thank you for those final points, and we can no more points. We're good.
Is to say that indeed conflict is is expensive. I mean, I was just reading one of the statistics I got that said that a recent IMF study showed that for every $1 that's invested for prevention and peace building, we can save between $25 and $103 in economic cost of conflict. So conflict is certainly expensive, not only financially, but also in human life, which is tragic. And security is also expensive. Security is expensive, and that's a whole discussion. So if I leave one word here, is to say that we have to invest in prevention. When the AU, ECOWAS, and ourselves are looking at the security elements, let us not forget why these crises are happening, why it is that these groups are able to take hold in our communities. You mentioned the Sahel, of course, climate change is real. It's impacting on people's lives. The economic cost of climate change is devastating families. And so prevention, investing in prevention, helping governments build resilient institutions, building community coherence is critical. Otherwise, we'll be having this discussion for a long, long time, because indeed, people are going to have to find ways in which they can survive. Thanks.
Some of these points will be taken up. There is a session this afternoon on climate and security. So I think this is a nice way of also bringing this in for the later session. So I thank you for a very active discussion. And I think hopefully these ideas now will be taken forward. There was some optimism, although I think the realism of the current situation was also important. So thank you to all of you, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before they go out, call on the acting commandant of the KAIPTC, Air Commodore Akrong, to present them with some gifts. Show gifts. Thank you very much, sir. So it's time for lunch. We'll break for an hour. See you in about an hour. Thank you. So once we file out, you go to my left, sorry, to the mess. That's where we're having lunch. So see you in about an hour. Thank you. microphone. Okay.
Sense of principle.
That's fun.
So I welcome everyone back. Hope you had a great lunch. This session is entitled Evolving Needs, Evolving Missions, Regional Perspectives on Peace Operations. The moderator is Lizelle Vaudran, Senior Advisor for the African Union International Crisis Group. Before I hand over to her, I would want to announce once again that the forum we have translation in French. So if you require that, kindly signal to us. We will give you the equipment. Thank you. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, distinguished guests. It's really a privilege for me to chair this panel. I'm Liesel from the International Crisis Group, and I have a very interesting high-level panel here. I'm sure you will agree with me. We're very privileged to have this group around the table. I will briefly introduce them and our topic as well, the regional perspectives on peace operations, focusing on the Sahel and West Africa. So on my left, I have Major General Anita Asmar. She's head of mission and force commander of the United Nations Disengagement Observer Force for Israel and Syria, which she might tell us a bit more. And next to her, the Honorable SRSG Parfait Onyanga, Special Representative of the Secretary General to the African Union and head of the UN Office to the African Union in Addis Ababa. On my right, SRSG Leonardo Santos Emao, who is Special Representative and Head of the United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel, you know, WAS. And then last but not least, the Deputy Minister, I hope you can still hear me. At the, okay. Thank you. Okay, that helps. I don't need to hold it in my hand. Mr. Minister Jonathan Titus William, he's Deputy Minister of Planning and Economic Development of Sierra Leone. So our topic today is the regional perspectives on peace operations, and the aim of the session is to explore how insights from regional peacekeeping operations and from TCCs from the region can then inform the review of all future of all peace operations. So as I said, we are focusing on West Africa and the Sahel, and we were also privileged to listen this morning to the Commissioner for Peace and Security, which was very instructive. And as he outlined, we are dealing with an extremely complex crisis on the African continent, but West Africa and the Sahel in particular, with a fast-changing peace and security environment, violent extremist threats expanding at a rapid pace, in some instances surprising the region and the broader international community with advances to threaten urban, even the outskirts of major centers, And as crisis group, obviously, we have been following very closely these events. And then obviously, as you know, unconstitutional changes of government, geopolitical shifts, and in the midst of that, parallel to that, the weakening of multilateralism, a fragmentation, competition rather than cooperation involving neighbors with decades-long histories of political and economic ties. So today we're going to address some of the responses, the ad hoc solutions that were adopted by some governments, but then also taking note of their weaknesses, challenges, and weaknesses. So I hope we are going to have these gentlemen and the general will take us in their confidence and have a frank discussion, as SRSG Anetey said this morning. So we'll start off with, on my right, SRSG Samau, and to set the scene for us in terms of what is really happening in this region where we are, and also to focus with on a little bit the geopolitical situation in the region. We know the Alliance of Sahel States have left ECOWAS. We know that the UN mission had to withdraw in 2023. So the challenges and opportunities to ensure peace and security, Mr. Samau. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lisa. Good afternoon. I know from my long experience that listening to meetings after lunch requires a lot of goodwill, to say the least. But thank you, Lisa. You said very well, the situation is very complex. We don't talk much about the demographics taking place in West Africa. What happens with this younger population, which is more educated than the previous one? It's true that there are thousands, millions of youths without going to school, but it's equally true that those who go to school, they spend more time in school than before. So the level of education, particularly in urban area, well, I don't know, maybe I'm speaking too loudly. Level of education is going up. Second aspect is access to information. It's access to information. Everyone today is informed, or even misinformed, disinformed also. So people have opinions on what is happening. And one of the major issues I see in the region is a general discontent of the citizens in relation to their governments. They accuse their governments of failing them to provide basic goods and services, particularly the promise before elections. So during electoral campaigns, candidates and political parties make promises to the citizens, and they are voted based on these promises. So when this doesn't happen, this becomes a source of discontent, and it goes over and over again, even when changes of government occur. So there is the general perception in the region that maybe the model of democracy is failing to produce the solutions the populations need. So now, as I said, but this content is directed to the government, but they go further to go into but they look at their own countries, the potential these countries have to solve their basic problems. Land, arable land available, water available, the subsoil, minerals, and other. So all these resources failing to solve the problems of their country. So this is one of the sources of discontent of these populations against their governments. And some of this discontent they have uniforms. I interact with this military. Most of them have a high level of education. They went to different academies in different parts of the world. So when we interact with them, we feel that, well, we are dealing with them, people, citizens with a high level of education. And their criticism is based on the knowledge also they have on their own countries. But then citizens go further to look at, so why these resources available in our country are failing to solve our problems? Then it comes the unfair relations, economic relations between the North and the global South, but in particularly in the region, for them, the country which epitomized that relationship for historical reason is France. And therefore, they turn their negative attention against France on that. So I think we have to take this into our equation. So that that's why the IIS countries, among others, they said that, well, they want to change the nature of economic relation to have with the partners, with the external parties, so that they have a win-win situation on that. So this is narrative, yeah, they bring to the table. But on the other hand, it seems that the traditional partners are not prepared to change the type of relationship of the past. So this makes the process much more difficult indeed, and the level of tensions and mistrust also increases. So I think what is needed here is dialogue. Difficult dialogue, but dialogue. These countries, they need the partnerships, the traditional partners. The traditional partners also, they need these countries. But they have to be in both sides, be able to build a different type of relationships, so that one party doesn't feel that they are the losing side of the relationship. I think this is the main challenge we have. And this is doable. But from all sides, we have to adopt the right mindset, so that we feel that, well, we have all, there are opportunities for all, and not excluding parties where we don't like this one, we don't like that one, no. And one of the claims of this kind is that they want to be able to choose their relationship, their partners also. So all this can be addressed through dialogue. So I think in a nutshell, that the main challenge we have now is to create space for a new type of dialogue, difficult dialogue, I concede, but which will lead to a different types of relationship between the traditional leaders, traditional partners, and the current generation of leaders who is emerging. Because we find the same sentiment, even on countries which didn't go through military coups. We talk to government in Senegal, their discourse is the same, other countries also. So the sentiment prevailing in the region is that a new type of relationship, or partnerships is needed. I'll stop here to start then. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn to the Minister from Sierra Leone. As Mr. Simo has said, countries in the region have engaged, like Ghana, for example, and Sierra Leone is chairing ECOWAS. But Mr. Minister, you are also here in your capacity as Sierra Leone chairing the G7 plus group of countries, which you might tell us a little bit about. Countries around the world that have gone through, that are fragile, have gone through conflict. And Sierra Leone is actually has, maybe I can show. Sierra Leone has long experience of peace, has been beneficiary of peacekeeping. So maybe you could give us your perspective in terms of this current crisis that we are facing in West Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. I speak from Sierra Leone, like you rightly said, a country that has gone from conflict to recovery and now to sustainable development. And our experience, with the United Nations Peacekeeping Force, we have been able to learn valuable lessons, especially that will help us to work hand in hand, to have a good working relationship between host countries and also the peacekeeping missions, which I think is really very important. But I think in my presentation, I would really like to create a balance here, not just to talk about the peace missions, but I also want to talk about the host countries, what is really expected also of us, what is our responsibilities. Because most times we speak only of the peace missions, what they did not do, what they are supposed to do, and we leave that deficit, which I think is very important. But one of the points I will really say, one is national ownership. We learned that experience in our situation, the 11 years of brutal civil war that we experienced in our country. And with the deployment of the ECOWAS forces and also with the UN forces, the things we learned from having all these peacekeepers within our country, we think national ownership is very important to have a very truly supportive relationship for peace operations. That operation must be rooted in the national ownership. And in the case of our country, our national institutions, such as the police, the army, the electoral commissions, we are all progressively involved in the peace mandate or in the missions mandate. And this actually foster trust, and it helped, to build the capacity necessary for the
Right. Recognition. Let's try again. Okay. The mission models need to be Africanized because this is a cliche, it's always said, African problems can only have African solutions. So we should look at the concepts, the African concepts that we have, and apply them to the models that we are going to use. So let's take it that we have the Accra Initiative, which was operating in the Sahel. You incorporate parts of it into the model that you're going to use, and it might work. If it is a political issue, you apply a Chapter 8 mandate. You don't go in for a Chapter 6, so that you realize that regional solutions can help this. And this is where the 2719 comes in. It has not been operationalized yet because no one has really invoked that clause. So we have to look at a wide spectrum of issues that can go into forming the perfect or near perfect model for dealing with African problems, or should I say conflicts. Then again, I look at, so far, no one has mentioned the WPS agenda. I expected it to be incorporated into all of this because we are all aware that in conflict situations, women and children suffer the most. Going into peacekeeping, we are not just looking at a peacekeeping mandate. We are looking at a peace operation mandate. So we are looking at peace building in this wise. Incorporating the WPS agenda and the gender analysis into the module is what is going to drive this mission forward. Because then at the end of the withdrawal phase, in the drawdown, you realize that you have a whole country. You have approached it holistically. Therefore, you come out with a better, should I say, better, not a solution, a better resolution to the conflict. Then also, I think something that most missions do not do is to do the lessons learned from the previous missions. If you do the lessons learned, it informs the next mandate because mandates are always renewed. If you do your lessons learned and you realize that what we did this time worked, you can incorporate it into the next module. If it did not work, you can either take it out or amend it in a way that will make it fit
with the next phase of the mission. I believe this is what I have to say for the time being. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you. Thank you for those important remarks. I'll now turn to SRSG Parfait and ask about partnership. I think we are to solve the dire conflicts that we have on the continent currently. Beyond the meetings and the forums that have been created that we know between the PSC, the UNSC, I mean, your office that plays an important role in Addis Ababa to make that connection. What is missing, I would almost want to say, for UNAU and then REX, well, in this case, ECOWAS, stronger cooperation? I mean, is there anything else that can be done to ensure a stronger partnership? It's a very difficult evolving landscape. We know that. Thank you.
Lisa, for this important question. I'm so grateful to the room to still be awake. And frankly, I appreciate it because you could have all gone to home or to do something else, because the morning was very substantive. A lot has been covered since morning, from the opening statements to the keynote speech and to the panel, the first panel in the morning. Excuse me if there will be some kind of déjà vu or entendu, and some repetition the way they do it at the BBC for the news cycle. But really, and let me say thank you to my fellow panelists for sharing their insights, which of course I agree with most of what has been said. And to the DJ, you really, welcome us this afternoon with this wonderful, what a wonderful world song. And indeed, we could have made this world so wonderful. And it's so saddening that we seem to be missing time and time again an opportunity to do very well. And in terms of what else needs to be done, really, we do have the tools. We have fantastic tools that, of course, will need to be always improved. I'm speaking here looking at Mohammed, really, Chambers, Dr. Chambers, who is a towering figure of the whole global effort, both at global and regional level, to provide the world with the answers and the normative framework that could make all of us deliver the goods for the people. And yet, we seem still to be failing. So that's why I want to invite the economists in this room to say something. Because at the end of the day, let me say this. It's all about state building. And the very painful task of most of the countries on this continent to build viable states against the backdrop of a very, very complex, really global governance architecture. This continent, we should never forget, was absent at creation and was invited in some 70 years ago. And that's why, as much as we may be focusing on things that have been falling apart for quite some time, and we still, all of us here, busy in the business of trying to piece back all these, damages, we should never, ever forget and give credit to this amazing achievement that has taken place on this continent. I mean, even as we look at the issues, the challenges, not all things fall apart. And it is really amazing to say and to see that we are here in countries yet that are struggling, but that has done tremendous work in the past 70 years, really as much as they made these achievements under global norms and structures that were not at all meant for them, and which to this day continue to be precisely the root cause, the real root cause that we will never talk, especially between us, so-called peace and security experts. We are just looking, touching the elephant, from this narrow hole. And we believe in what we are holding. And we believe that this is the truth. The truth is definitely elsewhere. It's much more complex. And against this absolutely blur kind of situation and a very challenging and complex, the whole continent is in continued transition. We should first stop and say, well done. More can be done. Definitely, this is unquestionable. But for it to happen, then partnership has to be effective. Leonardo, you were mentioning the whole, narrative against the past, but this is not about addressing the past, not at all. It's about precisely what the SG has been calling for and what was provided to all of us, the hope that came in the Pact for the Future, projecting ourselves into a multilateral system that will be more network, more people-centered. And then here we are. Where has that hope gone? And can we continue today to address the complex challenges facing this continent without changing the global governance architecture, without changing the global economic and financial structures? Because at the end of the day, everything costs money. We're not talking about begging for money. It's about ensuring that we have a more level playing field. There is an ongoing conversation in the General Assembly at the moment on international taxation. Oh, what has this to do with peace and security? No. If that goes well and we have a fairer system, some roughly, experts talk of up to $600 billion will be available to those countries so that they can build viable state, send kids to school, create a more conducive ecosystem that would enable them to invest in people. And when they invest in people that are educated, well-trained, and of course knowledgeable, they will start by doing one thing: transform their immediate environment so that they too will stop digging or just reaping just harvesting what comes from nature, to be net contributor to the global economy. This is about it. This is the conversation we're having. This conversation is not happening. It's a difficult conversation. No one wants to share. No one wants to give away what they really hold. And by the way, I feel for countries in the north, global, north. because they're up against people, communities, their own citizens that are asking for more. And now reminded by Pope Leo that we are living in an economy that kills. Does it make sense to our conversation today? No, we are in a difficult situation. That's why it's global. And that's why we cannot engage in this conversation without really understanding the dynamics that are still shaping our global world from the global to the regional to the local. We cannot stop engaging in that conversation. So on Wednesday, members of the UN Security Council will be in Addis Ababa to meet with their counterparts from the AU Peace and Security Council, where they'll be staying for 2 days. They have a full agenda trying to unpack some of these difficult issues. And we know already that going into this conversation, they're not necessarily seeing eye to eye within the UN Security Council and within the AU PSC and between the two of them, including whether issues like gender are still relevant to the conversation on peace and security, or whether issues like the impact of climate change on peace and security is relevant. So those are the issues. How do we circumvent such a minefield, into coming to our day-to-day issues where we are almost made to be expert at dealing with chaos rather than really helping to build more sustainable, stronger nations and people. So this is a very profound conversation, and I'm glad that we are looking at and discussing this within the Challenges Forum, because it is challenging. It is deeply challenging. The one thing that is sure, that 60 years from now, some of us, maybe younger, will be able to testify. But if we don't change the fundamentals, we'll be still in this room, maybe even more than we are today, trying to resolve the same perennial issues. Now, there is one conversation that I will not start in this hall, where our late Secretary General's spirit is hovering over all of us, and where when you walk in some of the halls, you will be finding still the words and really ideas of giants like Kwame Nkrumah. And that's a conversation for the Africans themselves. Meaning, when Africa learns to do what Europe has done, by the way, Europe drone the whole world, and I hope this is not being for public consumption, but I've been saying this to my European friends. They're amazing people, because look, they fought 2 major global confrontations. They went bitterly after one another. And then they realized that this would bring all of them down the drain and into the precipice, into the abyss. Then they stepped 1, 2, 3 steps back, and they formed the union. Today, the most consequential global supranational entity in our world is the EU. And in terms of economic power, it is the EU, not the US, sorry, and not China. So this is a challenge for my fellow brothers and sisters. I think, but I see those days getting closer, because it looks like as we speak, the EU is busy trying to review its own normative framework to try to do what else is missing. And when we go into the conversation on 2719, I told friends in the Security Council the following, and I will repeat it. We have to be extremely careful with the kind of multilateralism a la carte that is developing. It's all about transaction. It's all about me, myself, and I. and it is all about cost. But my neighbor just, I joked with him that he looks like Dagama Choy. But my neighbor just, close to me, made a comment that I fully share. We're talking about peanuts in terms of money. It's peanuts. It's not about the money, and I'm with you. It is not about the money. And we'll come to that conversation on 2719, but I will not provide more details now. The one thing I want to say, though, is that we have to be careful. Because the day, Africa comes together and is able to fund its own security needs, there will no longer be a conversation on reforming Security Council. The Africans will not need it anymore. They will do their own things. Because why should they go to a council that will only hammer sanctions on them and not delivering for them? So we are in the middle of an important conversation, and I am sure some of this, not all, if not all, may be part of the conversation that member states will engage in 2 days in Addis Ababa between the two councils. So I'm sorry if I overdid it, but
No.
thank you.
No, thank you very much. We do appreciate your time, and we do realize also that you will be maybe leaving us before the conclusion of this conference. So I will ask a question about Resolution 2719, and we've been having this conversation in Addis, I think, for 2 years now. Before we move back to the Sahel and West Africa, SRSG, I mean, are we now that I think there's a decision, I mean, there was last week still a meeting on Somalia where every single member of the UN Security Council except the US, still spoke about Resolution 2719. But I think moving away from Somalia, do you think that it will still be implemented for a force in West Africa or not? It's been 2 years. What is your sense? And I think we are under Chatterbox rules here.
That's good to know.
Think so. I hope so.
Look, on Tuesday, I was sitting in the chamber of the UN Security Council briefing member states, and from all 16 member states and President Williams spoke, there was no single indication that 2017 will not. So I think this is something we can build on. 2017 is still alive, even though one member state won't be careful not to misuse the watershed, historical resolution. Just a nice window dressing arrangement that we have added into the toolkit. But let me say this. 2719, and you heard USG Lacroix speak about it briefly. In the meeting, in the briefing that day, there was our colleague and sister, ASG Pobi, updating member states on the work streams that are still where the UN and the AU, by the way, are actively engaging in ensuring that we can be ready on day one, strengthening our operational readiness. And this is happening. So this is the good news. And the importance of 2719 can be overstated. As brilliantly really presented this morning by my brother, Commissioner Fatao, we are in a very complex, situation. And indeed, the SG, very quickly, and Ambassador Hartelius is sitting in the room. We were together in Oran on 20th, maybe 19th, 20th of December, when the joint meeting of the A3 and AU PSC members kind of agreed to disagree that there was a need to go forward as much as they wanted. Most wanted 100%, but reason called for what was eventually tabled on 21st of December. And thank you once more again, indeed, to Ghana for the tremendous role that you, with your colleagues in the A3, you made, including Gabon, by the way, to make this thing happen. But we cannot rest there, because and this is, I mean, there is many things that we can survey. Let me be quick. The conversation has to be continued, because on that day, on 7th of October, in the Chamber of the Security Council, the US made a comment that raised eyebrows, as it was kind of hinted that some elements were not, as long as some elements which were not spelled out will not be made, 2719 may not be implemented. So there is a concern that there could be a kind of invisible veto that would really prevent us from using 2719. But this is where the AU and others like-minded have to be extremely careful. 2719 is not for peacekeeping. Let me say it again. 2719 is not for peacekeeping the way we know it. Because then the Americans will never embrace it, because it will be engaging them in an open-ended exercise that will not really fit even the spirit and the purpose of 2719. 2719 is the innovation, and this is why it's not about the money. It is conceptually and normatively a new toolkit in the box, as much as the member state did not envision peacekeeping in 1945. The analysis, the changing threat environment and landscape made it absolutely compelling to adopt 2719 to respond to the need for kinetic peace enforcement. So, and that's why this conversation needs to be really pursued. We should avoid giving the impression that we want 2719 to fill Africa's funding gaps. That's not what will make it applicable. It will have to be for a very short, timely bound, with a clear exit strategy, and it's an in and out operation where the threat is downgraded and creating a conducive environment for traditional peacekeeping to come in for stabilization, long-term stabilization, and for national authorities to take over. So, of course, we know that in everyday life, it is not that sequential. It doesn't work like that. It's not linear. But at least this is the spirit in which it must be implemented, and that's why the conversation must continue between all those who are involved. So it's not about the money.
Thank you so much. There are many people in the room who are experts on 2719. I'm sure we'll continue this afternoon and tomorrow on that topic. So, but thank you very much for your views. I'll turn now again to Mrs. Simao. I think we have another 15 minutes or so because we started late. And I think what was good about what SRSG Parfait has contributed is to bring us back to the people-centered, conversation, which you started off with. But your focus was on dialogue and listening to populations here in this region. Might be a provocative question, but do you see a kind of a intervention force, military not a solution, but an intervention? I mean, is that something that's part of the conversation, or is the step one opening dialogue and keeping doors open?
Right. Well, any force which can be acceptable in the region is a regional force. Elements outside the region, I don't think that could be accepted today. So, Commissioner Fatau talked this morning about the ECOWAS standby force, which is in the making. So this is an indigenous entity in the making, and this one can be accepted. So I don't see any other country with the appetite to accept external forces. So peacekeeping, a traditional peacekeeping in the region, I don't see it that way. Actually, we had the G5 Sahel was not ended the way it ended. Other interventions also ended the way they ended, because there is no political support to this kind of interventions. On the other hand, I think coming back to the 2719, and I agree that more discussion is necessary. But one way to use it could be precisely to give a support to these regional institutions, and through them to the countries in need. There is a lot of discussion today about if these governments, particularly in the Sahel, are legitimate governments or not, how to work with non-elected government. Terrorists don't choose that way. They don't make that solution. And it's the viability and the real existence of a state which is at play. So I think we have to look at the big picture. The number one issue to deal with in the region, in the Sahel, is terrorism. Other issues can be dealt with once terrorism is at least controlled, although the objective should not be to control terrorism, but to defeat the terrorists. This should be the objective. But in the meantime, to control it can be. So I think an element of creativity here on the use of the 2719 financing can be envisaged. Otherwise, we are going to continue to discuss, but without coming to any conclusion. What happens after these 2 years? A lot of expectation was created, but now nothing is happening. And after 2 years, nothing is going to happen if we continue to try to discuss the same models, which we know that it failed. Thank you.
Thank you. I wonder if we should turn to the audience, if there are any burning questions. Otherwise, our two, the minister and the general on my left, will also, I'm sure, weigh in on this discussion. But are there any questions from the floor, so that we don't just have a one-way? No, people are ready for tea, I think. I don't know what else is next. Mr. Minister, you've listened to the discussion now here, what the two SRSGs have said. Again, coming back to the very urgent situation. I mean, lives are being lost in the region. How do you see future engagements, and from your perspective and from your experience, what are the next steps for ECOWAS and for a country like yourself that is engaging?
Thank you very much. I think, like it's been mentioned by some of the previous speakers, of course, like ECOWAS is in the process of getting a standby force, which will be hosted in my country. Of course, the infrastructure work is being completed. We are just hoping to get a date from the ECOWAS president as to when we'll officially open the depot for the deployment of the ECOWAS forces. But from experience, what I have learned also is that peace cannot be restored with force of arms. In my country's experience, there was a lot of fighting. It took time, a lot of loss of lives and equipment, but all ended up in dialogue. And I think that can be, the force of arms can be a kind of mitigating force. I mean, to cushion the situation, to really bring them to the table. But I think in all that we do, we need to seek a peaceful dialogue where we meet around the table to see how we'll be able to settle most of these conflicts. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, General, on my left, you spoke about women, peace and security. Thank you for that contribution. Now, if we are looking at an ECOWAS standby force, I mean, perhaps having listened to the fellow panelists, what would you think would be priorities going? I mean, if a new mission was to be created for this region.
First and foremost, I believe that it will come first to everyone's mind, funding, adequate funding. And if the modalities for meeting the current funding is getting to be tough, then we can fall back on the AU, the 0.2% levy on member states for peacekeeping operations. Other than that, we can levy other organizations like the UN, the World Bank and co. to help us. Funding will be very necessary. Then we should think about technology. In this age, you cannot fight without advanced technology. Drone warfare is the simplest thing. Technology is what's needed for like what I call the 3 C's, collaboration, cooperation, and coordination. You need technology to be able to achieve that because we are looking at borders. We need communication across the borders. We need to be able to address all that. Then we'll need the skilled personnel. We cannot just embark on advanced peacekeeping or peace operations without the skilled personnel and the logistics needed to drive these operations. So looking at all these resources together, I believe that the regional bodies ought to come together and work towards achieving all this so that it will be available for all across board in the event that it is needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a question. Can we get a microphone? There we go. Jenna, thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Jenna Russo. I'm from the International Peace Institute in New York. And I had a question on 2719 and following up on something that Mr. Parfait said about the framing of peace enforcement. And I do agree with you that it's not about the funding. As you said, it's peanuts at the end of the day. But I do sense that there's a difference in how this is being discussed, including between New York and Addis. And it surprises me sometimes that from the Addis side, it seems like there's more of an emphasis on the peace enforcement, even than what we hear in New York. And the conversation in New York has shifted over time a bit such that it's not really just about what the comparative advantages of African institutions in terms of peace enforcement or their military advantage, but also their political legitimacy on the African continent. And so my question is that if we push it primarily as being a military added value for peace enforcement, are we undercutting the emphasis on the political legitimacy of the African Union and the fact that in contexts even beyond peace enforcement contexts, there might be reason for the UN to be providing assessed contributions to a full range of African-led interventions, whether peace enforcement, peacekeeping, or other types. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jenna. I don't know, the question was addressed to you, SRSG. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenna. I mean, the short answer would be there won't be any 2719 without the African Union. Do we agree? So it was, and more broadly, be it 2719 or / peace enforcement, because of the need to fill or to address the evolving and the changing context and security landscape. As we heard, there is no other region where violence, extremism, and organized crime and terrorist organizations are advancing more than in Africa. And the reason being, it's a challenge to the very real, notion of statehood in Africa. I mean, you can take some of the examples, the states that are still having or fitting the full definition of statehood in Africa have managed to kind of stem any attempt by non-state actors to confiscate and to take in their hands the monopoly of legitimate force, or even of force simply. And I will not mention any country. So it is a challenge to the very notion of state. And if we are not careful, those weak links will become the soft belly of global international terrorism. And as we can see it with ISIS. So yes, it is happening in Africa, but it is not an African issue. It is a global issue. That's why precisely what really worries me most is the notion that the whole concept of collective peace and security is being deeply challenged, is under threat today, I would even speak of an assault on the notion of collective peace and security. And let me say this, even the reason why the SG, the past chairperson of the African Union, Moussa Faki, and most African member states opposed the notion of 75% is because it was now actually, as Fatime, our colleague, said it this morning, really, we're witnessing a massive, it's a massive shift in our global normative framework. It's a notion that because problems are happening in your turf, deal with them and pay for them. This is the new world we are living in. So is it simply sustainable? Can we all agree that moving forward, this is going to happen? So partly 2719 answers that question, because if you read paragraph 6, operative paragraph 6, it is well really outlined, because in there, let me see if I can find it. Member states cleverly said that they will determine that action, that African-led peace support operations that are authorized by the Security Council will have access to funding from the United Nations assessed contributions not exceeding 75% of their annual budget, with the remaining amount to be jointly mobilized by the African Union and United Nations from the international community as extra budgetary resources, and commit, and this is the very interesting part, and commit to consider all viable options in the event of significant shortfalls in resource mobilization. I mean, this is it. It means that even the Security Council, because by the way, let's make it clear, even as African handle more, kind of kinetic because of the situation they face with in Somalia, but not only. We heard about Cabo Delgado this morning. As they do it, they're actually making the hands of the UN Security Council stronger. We should never forget this.
the AUPAC in acting, member state in acting in Africa, they act for our common global good. And this is the link that we should never miss. And that's why, to really go back to some aspect of your question, we really have to, the differences between New York and HQ is indeed because for Africa, their call was clear. We are faced with new types of challenges that traditional peacekeeping can no longer address because precisely there is no peace to keep. That's the logic. And through the SG's advocacy, Moussa Faki and the A3, Arnold, you are in the room, member states understood that there was a real deal. There was something that needs to be done to add into our toolkit so that it's not universal, even though by extension, look what is happening in Haiti. It will be some kind of peace enforcement that will take place there. But member states agree that for the needs of this region in Africa, there will be maybe a reason to allow, to authorize, and they're still authorized by the Security Council, AU-led peace operations where force will be used in a manner that is not available or allowed within traditional peacekeeping. So this is the conversation. But overall, let me say simply this. Peacekeeping, peace enforcement, peace operations, peace support operations, they all have to fulfill one core objective: to create a conducive environment for the political solutions to be, empowered. This is the reason. It is not detached from the overall objective of creating a political environment that would make it possible for the primacy of politics to regain, the primary role. So this is the conversation we are in. It's a very difficult one, and I think we will be mistaken if we see what the minister from Sierra Leone said, and he is absolutely right. 2719 is not meant to be going into military solutions, not at all. It's about addressing a threat that is really putting in jeopardy the very foundations of the state in a context where the state is overwhelmed or is not in a position to deal or to regain the monopoly of legitimate force under civilian control. This is the conversation, but there is more to be said, and we are not out of the woods. And just to complete, is simply contextual. It is needed more than ever and more than elsewhere here in Africa because precisely of the deficiencies, structural deficiencies that so many countries today are confronted with.
Thank you. Thank you so much, SRSG. I think this is an important discussion because, as you said, Ghana, ambassador is here, works so hard to make sure 2719 is adopted. So, and we'll continue. I mean, there is the Peace Fund for the African Union for other peace activities. But I think we'll discuss that in the next session, strengthening regional organization. So I really just need to thank our panel, our wonderful panel, and hand over, I don't know if we're going for coffee, but handing over to the next panel. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Liesl, for a wonderful moderation, and to our panelists. Before you go, I would like to invite the Commandant again to make some presentations on behalf of the KAIPTC. Thank you. Yes. H.E. Parfait. Major General Anita Asma. SRSG Simao. Deputy Minister Titus Williams. And our very wonderful moderator, Lizo. These are compliments of the Kofi Annan Peacekeeping Training Center. Could the panelists stand together with Commandant for a picture? Yes. Thank you so much. Let's give another round of applause to our panelists. Thank you. So we have one more session. This is where all the fun begins. We have our innovation labs. And I think when you were doing the registration, you signed into the 3 innovation labs. And so the innovation lab that you selected is the one that you would go to, unless you feel that you want to change. But those are the placements that have been done. And there are 3 innovation labs. The first one is strengthening the role of regional organizations in addressing armed conflicts and regional instability. I think this afternoon's discussion has underscored the importance of this conversation, and the innovation labs would delve deeper into it. We will have chairing Dawit Johannes, Bitania Tades, and Ngozi Amu, who would all be speaking. We also have a second innovation lab, which is integrating climate change mitigation and adaptation strategies in peace operation and peace building efforts. And during the keynote address in the morning, these discussions came up very strongly. And that would be chaired by Dominic Grass. The Ignite speakers are Anna Mensah, and we also have Ratia Tekenet, who is a climate security expert with UNMISS. The third innovation lab is leveraging new technologies to enhance effectiveness and efficiency of peace operations. And again, this conversation came up earlier in the morning, and so we are going to delve deeper into those conversations, and it will be chaired by Challenges partner, Major General B.K. Sharma. The Ignite speakers are Deg Duret, Samuel Atuahine, and Fatima Zia, who would lead the conversations. When you leave, you'll be directed to the 3 rooms where the innovation labs would take place. You would also have coffee ready when you go. And so the coffee will be alongside the conversations. It's that time of the day, isn't it? And so I think we are all due some coffee. But please, just to confirm, announce the pledge board is still available. Those who haven't made their pledges, when you come back to KAIPTC in 5-10 years' time, that board will be there for you to show whether you were able to fulfill your pledge or not. So please don't forget to make your pledges when you are on your way out. So thank you very much. After this, we are not coming back here. The buses will take you to the hotel, and we are going to have a wonderful time this evening. We have a dinner. There's going to be the Armed Forces Band that would play. And I've selected a few people here that I'm going to be dancing with. So don't fail me. I'm looking forward very much to that particular session. So see you in the Innovation Labs, conference rooms 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.